evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Planning Commission meeting. Thank you for arriving here at 6. I know that it's a change from our usual time of 7 o'clock, but given the agenda items that we have today, the anticipation is that we're going to be here a long night, and so it was better for all of us involved that we be as clear and awake as possible. So again, thank you for accommodating the change in time. Before we begin, just want a quick introduction. We are the Planning Commission. We are a deciding body that has been appointed by the Town Council. We make recommendations and decisions on land use matters within the town of Los Gatos. So, we have 3 agenda items today, and everyone is welcome and encouraged to participate on those agenda items. If you would like to speak on any of the 3 items, we do ask that you submit a speaker card, which looks like this. It's located behind the chamber benches, and you will have 3 minutes when it's your agenda item to speak. If you would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda, you're also welcome to do that under verbal communications. Okay, and all the material that we have before us is also available for you. It should be available in the lobby. If copies run out, just let one of us here know. And with that, I think that takes care of the administrative details. And Ms. Bailey, do you mind doing roll call for tonight?
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Talasfor. Here. Vice Chair Jensen.
Here.
Chair Sayoc.
Here.
And Commissioner Erickson has an excused absence.
Okay. And I would like to call special attention that we do have a new commissioner up here. Margaret Smith was appointed, and tonight is her first meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner O'Donnell, do you mind leading us in tonight's pledge?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Commissioners, we have draft minutes from our last meeting on August 10th. Are there any questions or comments on those? If not, can I get a motion? Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'll move the adoption of the minutes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bourgeois. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And any comments or abstentions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was not present at the meeting and therefore will not be voting tonight.
Great, thank you. So the motion passes. We are now at written communications. Commissioners, I do want to call to your attention that we have 2 desk items, one for item number 16161 Short Road, and also for item 3. Okay, and so they're pretty lengthy. We will be taking a break sometime this evening, so if you do not have a chance to review those before the actual item begins, just let me know ahead of time. Okay, and requested continuances, we have none for tonight. And subcommittee reports, in addition to serving on the Planning Commission, all of us do serve on the subcommittee. However, none of the subcommittees have met since our last meeting, so there will be no reports tonight. And we're now at verbal communications. Again, a reminder, if you would like to speak on anything that is not on tonight's agenda, you're free to do so. I have no speaker cards and see no one indicating. Okay, so we are going to move on to our public hearings. The very first one is a continuation from June 22. It is located at 16161 Short Road, Architecture and Site Application S-11-001. And Ms. Mosley, will you be providing tonight's report?
I will, thank you. Just a reminder, we did receive several letters within the last 24 hours. They are included in your desk item. The proposed project was considered by the Planning Commission on June 22nd of this year. The application was continued with the direction to reduce the visual impact of the proposed residence on the adjacent neighbors. The applicant has made the following revisions to address the visibility concerns discussed. 1, the height of the residence has been reduced from 26.43 feet to 25.71 feet. Additionally, the applicant has further raised the windows on the west elevation from the original 5 feet 6 inches to a minimum of 6 feet from finished floor. As well, the applicant has also modified the design of the proposed second story, reducing the size by 149 square feet and the width along the west elevation from 48 feet to 33.5 feet. In addition, the second story has been set back from the west property line an additional 2 feet. The revisions to the second story provide for a 33% increase in the view corridor for the residents at 120 Mary Way compared to the previous proposal. The story poles have been revised to reflect the proposed changes. Staff has received several letters from neighbors that are included in your desk item regarding the application. Staff would like to clarify 2 items for the commission addressed in those letters. One, we discussed this at the last meeting, but the existing detached second unit would not be permitted to ever include a second story, as feared by Mr. Sheen. A deed restriction regarding this is unnecessary. The town code will continue to limit any potential modifications of this structure to 1 story and a maximum of 15 feet in height. Additionally, condition number 32 of the draft conditions of approval previously provided to the commission currently include a requirement regarding the existing easement over the Voris's property. Staff has discussed the condition and would be comfortable with the addition of the following sentence. In no event shall a building permit be issued allowing the property owners to remove the fence at 16171 Short Road, APN 523-09032, adjacent to the access easement, without first obtaining the written consent of the property owners at 161 Short Road and 16171 Short Road. We apologize that didn't end up in a desk item. That was just revised at about 5:30 this evening. That concludes staff's report. We are here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Oh, Commissioner O'Donnell.
As you indicated, we got a memo this evening, a fairly long memo on desk item number 1. And of course, it's almost impossible to cover these things in 5 minutes. And the people who submit that must know that. But I did notice the Bar Association is participating this evening, and one of the lawyers involved is raising the question of the location of improvements on an easement versus the fee of somebody. In other words, there seems to be some conflict about where the improvements are going. And typically, we don't get involved in any civil disputes about easements. But the allegation in the letter, I think from the Mattione office, is that improvements would be put on the neighbor's property. Do we have any information about that?
We have had last-minute discussions late this afternoon with the attorneys, the property owners, and there has been a series of emails, which is why Ms. Mosley added the language. You're right, the commission does not get involved with private property disputes. As the commission might recall, a couple months ago, you approved a project with conditions and directed the applicant to work with their neighbors to resolve these issues. In this case, the town generally would not issue any permits until these matters were resolved between the property owners, but it does not in any way prohibit the commission from acting tonight.
Any other questions? Okay, so I will now open the public hearing, and the process that we follow is that the applicant will have a cumulative of 5 minutes to speak, to open the item. Afterwards, 3 minutes will be given to those who have asked to speak, and then after that, the applicant has 3 more minutes in the end to address the issues that were raised. Okay, so I believe, Mr. Spalding, will you be speaking as the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just submit a card for us later.
Okay. Chris Spalding, architect. Okay, so from the last hearing, we got all our complaints from the occupants at 120 Mary Way, and they were about views, privacy, and sunlight. And then the commissioners yourselves were concerned with the compatibility in the size in the zone district and because of the odd shape of the lot and how it backs up to backyards. So we went away and we seriously tried to design a one-story house that would meet my client's needs. We did 2 different designs, and they determined in the end that that just wouldn't work for them. So I went back to the 2-story design and worked to minimize its impact on the neighbor for 120 Mary Way, while at the same time not increasing it for anybody else. So instead of, in other words, instead of improving it for 120 Mary Way without dumping it worse on some other neighbor. So the solution I came up with here is improvements for everybody, but primarily for 120 Mary Way. So first of all, the views, which I think was probably the most significant issue. So what we did is we redesigned the second story to be, before it was a lot wider when viewed from 120 Mary Way. So I narrowed it up, made it smaller, pushed it further away, the second story portion. And what that did is the previous design, this was the open view corridor to the hills. And by pulling that back, it significantly increases that view across the parcel and our one-story portion of the house. Then for the privacy, we only have 2 windows that look that direction, one in the toilet room of the master suite and a window over the master bed. And we've raised both those up so the window sill is at 6 feet high off the finished floor inside the house. For the sunlight, if you look at our shadow study on sheet 2 of the plans there, by reducing the height a little bit, pushing the house 2 feet further away, and by making the second story narrower like this, the shadow now completely misses their house, completely misses 120 Mary Way, and it also reduces the shadow on 116 Mary Way. And then finally, for the size and compatibility, the second story here is actually relatively small. It's only 1,223 square feet. In comparison, the 120 Mary Way has a second story of 1,779 square feet. And our house now is actually smaller than 120 Mary Way, which is ours is 3,329 square feet, and theirs is 3,395. And moving our second story to 20 foot here, that's actually the rear setback requirement for this zone district. So that would be, I mean, that's, even though it's our side yard, I've set our second story back to the requirement of that R18 zone district, even though we're in a larger zone district. So now our FAR is well below what's allowed on the lot, 30% smaller than what's allowed, and our house is smaller than 120 Mary Way, even though our lot is 3 times the size. So we have a large lot, but now that house is similar to those houses on Mary Way. And let me just show you a couple photos quickly here. This is taken, there's an existing garage on the site. This was taken at towards that house. So the eye level here of this photo is 18 feet off the ground, which is the eye level of our second story. And then this is looking the other direction. So this is, again, from 18 feet high.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spaulding. Commissioners, before I ask it to see if there are any questions, I know this is a continued matter, but any disclosures? Have you done more site visits? I believe at the last meeting we showed by way of hand that everyone has done a site visit at this. Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Madam Chair, I would like to state that I've reviewed the prior matter, and I'm prepared fully to participate, and I would also like to disclose that I have visited the site as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. And Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Spalding? Commissioner O'Donnell.
One of the big issues at our last hearing was 2 stories versus 1 story. And what I've heard you to say this evening, my recollection is it was only part of your reason. You said that the 1 story doesn't work out for your clients, but I thought you also said that a 1 story, in fact, might have more serious effects on view problems than the 2 story as designed. Did I misunderstand that?
Well, it would affect other neighbors. So right now, the neighbors that are further this direction, this neighbor and this neighbor, if it was 1 story, then their views would start to be impacted by a 1 story house where now they're not at all.
And the difference between the 2 story as designed and a 1 story would be how many feet?
When we did it, if we do a 1 story, then the footprint's a lot bigger, and the roof climbs higher. So it's shorter, probably by about 8 feet, but it's still taller than our 1 story portions, significantly taller than our 1 story portions. So actually, that roof would start to climb up into the view of 120 Mary Way.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Spalding, I do have a question. My recollection also from the last meeting was that there were several drainage issues that you were trying to mitigate by having a 2 story. And so I just want to ensure with this design, it's smaller, that the drainage issues that were anticipated has not changed, that this still addresses those problems.
Yeah, in the last hearing, we showed the grading and drainage plan, which I don't know if it should be in your packet. So that stands as designed, so that grading and drainage solution still works with this scheme.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell asked my first question, but my second question, 'cause I was one of the commissioners at the last one that maybe thought the size of the house is troublesome for the configuration of the lot. And I appreciate the explanation of what you did and why you did it. And I know numbers aren't the whole story, but when we look at the numbers, the house is lowered by less than a foot, and it was like, I think, 145, something around there, square feet smaller. So I'm just wondering if a little bit more significantly smaller house was considered, and if you could comment on that.
Well, I mean, the house has the program that my client wants of the number of bedrooms, and it's a pretty standard house. There's no, I mean, it's a 4-bedroom house, family room, living room, dining room, kitchen. We can't really, without.
So what I'm getting at is what I'm hearing from you is that given the number of bedrooms, baths, you can't really squeeze it down anymore.
Well, I could squeeze it, but those rooms would start getting small.
And not
that's
functional.
not what, I mean, they want to have a house that they like.
Okay.
And also, it seemed like we were if you look at the FARs of the houses around it, we are now compatible with the houses of the smaller zone district, which really seemed to me to be what I heard was that it should be compatible with those houses, not the bigger ones.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spalding.
Thank you.
Okay. The first speaker I'll be calling up is Lois Mellison.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Lois Mallison, and I live at 120 Mary Way. I guess it's not up there any longer. Before I start, I would like to tell you that We have a neighbor of ours here tonight who is not able to speak, but I wanted to acknowledge that she is here. Her name is Olivia Sheehan, and she lives at 112 Mary Way. She is not able to speak. Her son has sent in a letter. It's in the packet. And you do have our attorney letter in your packet. And we all feel that a one-story house is still the best. The two-story as it is now is still too tall, too close, and the 15-yard setback is too close to our property line. The side yard setback behind Mary Way has four different setback measurements: 10 feet 7 inches, 13 feet 9 inches, and 15. And the setback is supposed to be 15, so I really am inquiring about what is the code on that, because there's 4 different side yard setback numbers on the drawings. And they have a covered porch setback of 10 feet 7 inches, which is adjacent to our bricked table eating area, which is on the southeast corner of our property. And to visualize 2 families going outside at the same time, we're 15 feet away. That's like sitting in the same room in the house. It's still too close, and is 10 feet 7 inches up to the code. And the height of the building is the issue. It's not the size. There's no comparison about size and that kind of thing. It's just not there. They keep comparing the size, but it's the height, not the size. And I have noticed on the blueprints that he used a scale of 1 inch equal 20 feet on some of the blueprints. And this scale used, when he uses this scale, it shows the buildings to be 20% smaller, and the conversion to feet is tougher than a scale of 1 inch is to 16 feet, which is your English measurement on the ruler. It makes the buildings appear smaller, so the story poles, we have to go by those. To look at the story poles, to go out and walk the site, and make sure you have the actual height. And we were given a picture of a tunnel view of 33 feet, 33 degrees, and the design before we had 90 degrees full view. We are now down to 57%. We're down in the negative at 57%. So we have not gained as much as they said we have. We have lost 57% of this view. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Mallison?
Yeah, my name is Bob Mallison. I live at 120 Mary Way. And I'd like to say that Mr. Spalding made the statement that the people from 120 Mary Way spoke, but there are multiple letters in the file from the other neighbors who are impacted by this structure. I have some comments to make regarding the Italian cypress tree hedge that surrounds the back portion of the property. These plants were planted 50 years ago, and mainly because the property sits 5 feet below the property at 16161 Short Road. The layout previously allowed views into the first and second floors of the home, as well as the backyard. I've had these trimmed every 2 to 3 years to a height of about 12 feet. That would therefore obscure the roofs of the structures that are now on the property. However, the last 6 years I've lost 7 of these trees due to what the arborists say is a bark beetle. And the only thing that can be done with the bark beetle, they said, is to get the dead tree out as soon as possible. There's no treatment. So my point is that if this destruction continues, the cypress hedge is gone, and we have a 5-foot tall fence between the 2 properties. Also was mentioned in one of the letters that there was a canopy of trees which provide additional property on the northeast corner of our property. But these are all deciduous trees. So in the wintertime, there's no privacy from those trees. There have been modifications made to the structure, and we appreciate that, but 60% of the view of the foothill is still obscured by this new plan. My impression of the Commissioner's recommendations at the June 22nd meeting was that the owner should come back with a less intrusive structure because it impacts 9 neighboring properties. Los Gatos has prided itself on maintaining a rural and urban atmosphere and protecting its hillside views. I would hope the Planning Commission would continue in that vein. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you. Next speaker is Patricia Anderson.
Good evening. I have been in Los Gatos residence since 1978, and I have sat in those seats sometimes when I was on the Historical Advisory Committee for 8 years. And I understand that people have very strong feelings for what they want. And I also understand that your job is to mitigate that and to look at reasonable things, because people do have to have a choice in where they live. And if you buy a lot that's large and you buy 2-story homes all behind you, I understand they want nobody else to have that, and they don't want anybody in their way. But then I'm a realtor. I'd be happy to sell any of them, a bigger lot in a different house. I have known the owners of this property for about 25 years. I think any of them would be more than lucky to have them as neighbors. They're wonderful people. They've lived in Los Gatos. They have worked in Los Gatos. And they have been very careful and concerned about not bothering any neighbors. They certainly don't want to be looking into somebody's windows, or they don't want to be out close to somebody either. And they have a lot that's twice the size. I also feel that they have designed the house 3 different times to attempt to meet some of their neighbors' issues of privacy, sunlight, and views. And that's all well and good, but people still do have a right when they buy land and they want to build a house. This is America. This is free, we think. And I don't feel that neighbors should have the entire say of what happens in a house. I think the people who are owning it, working there, and working for the city have to have their say too. And I really hope that each of you will take a look and feel, if you were the one sitting and you had just bought a house and you had people saying, gee, I live in a 2-story house, you're too close. Those are things that I can understand people feeling. But I think if you look at the facts, I mean, you're sitting and talking about numbers, and I mean, I sell property. I was an educator. I am now a realtor. And I have bought several properties in Los Gatos, have lived here. I was a teacher before. But I would not attempt to argue with somebody numbers. I mean, you have architects, you have designers, you have people of reputation that are putting forth these facts. And when you get down to the fact that you have some people that just don't want this built, don't want it, or they want to design it and build it their way, come on. You know, I think sometimes we have to stop and say, what do these people who are coming to build a beautiful home that will augment theirs, do they have any rights? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any questions? Okay. Next speaker is Deborah Fetters.
Hello, I live at 116 Mary Way. I don't have a visual, which is the property next to the 120.
If you could just identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Deborah Fetters. I live at 116 Mary Way, Los Gatos. And I could not attend the June meeting because we were out of town, but we did submit a letter with our concerns. So that should be on file. Our two main concerns, well, our main concern is the shadow study. It creates a significant shadow on half of our yard, which happens to be our backyard, which happens to be the only portion of our backyard that gets sunlight due to our other neighbors we have surrounding redwood trees, you know, that are there. So that's one section of our yard that gets sun, which would be blocked due to their structure, especially in the winter. So that's my main concern that I would like you to address, because it does impact our solar access, which is part of the design that limits that I'd like you to look at.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. I wish, do we have a map that we can put on? If you could just specify on the shadow study which one is your home?
Yes.
Actually, Mr. Spalding, when you come back up, if you wouldn't mind just pointing it out. Oh, and Ms. Fetters, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Do you mind taking the microphone? You can pull it out. So.
Okay. So here's our house, 116 Mary Way. And then this is our backyard. Sorry, I'm a little dyslexic here. And this is the shadow study. So it's covering this half of our backyard. And this section right here is the only part that gets sun because of redwoods. We have redwoods. They have redwoods here, and then there's redwoods on this property as well. So that's what I wanted to show you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is Linda Swenberg.
Hi, I'm Linda Swenberg. I live at 128 Mary Way. And my backyard is, it looks like I'm not really a neighbor, but my backyard is directly adjacent to the property because I have a double deep lot, which doesn't exactly show on this. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it does. So it's the double deep lot that, that bounds the property on the southern end. Okay. I have a couple of questions, just following up with one of the previous commenters, and also in respect to this agenda item today and the planning department's recommendations. I think you recommended approval, and I'm remembering, but on the condition that this plan satisfies the residential design guidelines of the town of Los Gatos. Is that correct? Is that what it states? And if so, the residential design guidelines in several places now, and this may be new within the last few years, but in several places in the design guidelines, directly addresses the issue of that homes should be designed with respect to the views, privacy, and solar access of their neighbors. So although you may think that neighbors don't have a right to these things, it is in fact true that the town's residential design guidelines do speak about these things, and the town must consider those to be very important when you're considering new plans. And then I have a question as well. There's also an issue about, I guess, if this property were to be, or this area were to be subdivided today, and this was addressed at the last meeting, I believe, this lot would be considered a non-conforming lot. It does not comply with the different size, length for width and length that you need for a lot in R120. There are certain minimums that the town requires. And in that case, in the Code of Ordinances, and it's 29.10.265, there's a reference to nonconforming lots, and I'm not an attorney, but I did pull this out. It said, any rule of the zone, including front, side, and rear yard requirements, may be modified by the terms of the architecture and site approval so that the building and its use will be compatible with the neighborhood. And my question going forward is, when is this considered? Is it ever considered that, you maybe have different required setbacks for a property such as this that is constrained the way it is? It's a very, very narrow lot. And that's my main question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swenberg. And you'll hear many answers to your questions during the deliberations. Okay, and I have no speaker cards left, so Mr. Spalding, you'll have 3 minutes to respond to the issues.
Marty, I give you two. Thomas Elsie's here. So that's the mine is part of the applicant plan, and so it's representing.
Actually, do you want me to explain? I do have 2 other cards here, but these are considered the applicant. And so our rules of procedure during public testimony is that the applicant receives cumulative 5 minutes, and then speakers who are interested get 3 minutes, and then the applicant again gets 3 minutes at the end. So you do have a total of 8 minutes. So Mr. Spalding, you're welcome to use the 3 minutes, or you're welcome to divvy those up. It's at your discretion.
I only need a minute. Okay. I'll just, okay, I'll go ahead and start.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just, two little rebuttal items. For the shadow study, this shadow here is 9 a.m. on the winter solstice. That's the worst shadow of the year. And then that shadow quickly moves off that house. This angle here, that's how much the sun has to move in the sky to have that shadow miss the house completely. It's about 10 a.m. in the morning. It's no longer shaded in the worst day of the year. The rest of the year, soon after, the shadow is no longer on the house. And that's in the morning. There's no shadow for the rest of the day. Second thing, on the view, the Mallisons indicated they have a 90-degree view, so I just put a 90-degree on here. I don't know exactly what 90-degree their view is, but I put 90 degrees on there, and so our second story only actually would block 30% of their view, not 60%. And I'll cede the floor.
I'm Benjamin Galati. I've known John and Alvy Scott for 25 years. I've been a Los Gatos resident for 32 years, presently residing in Montesrino. I have helped as an architect and to coordinate with John and Alvy Scott. I helped them buy the property. I remember their first impression of the property. It's a gorgeous lot. It sits well away from Short Road. It's away from noise. It's peaceful. It's private. It has fantastic vegetation and trees, such as huge redwood trees. It stands completely private from the neighbors, and the natural landscape already divides it from the neighbors. The plan that John and Alvy designed with the work of Chris Spalding, architect, was to respect all neighbors, minimize the plan and the square footage to the point that right now the FAR is almost below what it is at R18,000. The primary objection that has been voiced is Mr. and Mrs. Mallison, which presently reside at 120 Mary Way, and they have for the past 40, 50 years. Please notice there's 17-foot high of cypress trees, hedges, that prevents them from looking at any views, including the subject property. If you were to actually look at their sight lines, which was already submitted in your package, above the cypress tree line, they only would be able to look at approximately 3 to 4 feet of the subject property sticking up, with no windows overlooking their property.
Okay,
That is exactly the view of the property.
Mr. Gilardi, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
That is the end of your 3 minutes.
Thank
but
you.
Thank you. Any questions of either of the applicant speakers? Actually, I do have 2 questions of Mr. Spalding. And if you could put your shadow study back up. And do you happen to have a highlighter? It's hard for me to, you indicated what would change from 9 to 10, and it all blends in.
The shadow of the second story is that piece right there. It's like that. So that the sun angle at 9 a.m. on December 21st is like that. And then the sun moves in the sky like that, so that in the evening the shadow for the second story is coming way over this direction. So for this edge of the shadow, for the sun to move this way and the shadow to leave their residence completely is only that small angle of the sun in the sky. So it won't shade the house for very long before the sun clears our property and is shining from this angle.
Okay, and you said that that is 9 a.m. on the worst day.
The shadow is drawn as 9 a.m. on the winter solstice, when the sun is the lowest in the sky it ever is.
Right.
And so the darker shadow here is where the shadow 3 months later is much, much less. And by June, there's almost no shadow at all.
So let me see if I understand you correctly. The dark gray shaded portion, that is when it's not winter.
This is March. This is December 21st. This is March 21st. This is June right here.
Okay. And then my next question, if you could put the diagram that you have of the, I guess the view, I think it's, no, Commissioner O'Donnell had asked you the difference in height between a one-story and a second-story in the designs that you had proposed. And you said that, I believe you said it was 8 feet, the differential would be?
Yes. Let's see, it's the roof height of a all one-story height one-story house would be about 390, and this is 396.7, so about 7 feet.
Okay. So given that one of the issues was the reduction in view with this current proposal, if you had a one-story, you'd have a wider roof. Could you at least show me generally how much would be captured?
The roof would extend back to here, so that our one-story roof would extend across more of their view. It's not as tall, but it would still block the lower portion of their view, which is the hills.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That answers that. And Commissioners, any other questions of Mr. Spalding? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Just to clarify, the height difference between the one-story roof and the two-story, you're talking highest point to highest point.
Correct.
What would be the difference between an all one-story and the one-story element on this? Would it be
the
4 feet higher?
The one-story element on this right now is 386, so it'd be 4 feet higher than that.
Okay, thank you.
And any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Spalding. So at this point, I will close the public hearing, and Commissioners, I open it to you for any questions you may have of staff and any general comments or sharing of thoughts so that we can start towards a motion. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'll just share some thoughts because I really want to hear what people have to say. I think it's a very difficult lot. It's not a lot that we would create today, we know that. The owner, however, has a right to build a house. So the question simply becomes what kind of house? And obviously, one could argue that it should be a very small house. But even in that, it's got to be reasonable on its size. And some people say it ought to be a single-story house, and that's what my initial impression was at our first hearing. But I've subsequently heard by letters from others that one-story house wouldn't be so good because it would impact the view of more neighbors rather than one neighbor. So there is no, in my feeling at the moment, is there is no easy answer. I do think the applicant has been cooperative in trying to do this, and I'm between a rock and a hard place, and that's why I'm looking for some help from my fellow commissioners, because I can see where somebody wants a reasonably sized house, and we could probably say, no, you've got to reduce it by something. But I'm not sure that the amount that we would suggest that it be reduced by would have any significant impact on the questions being raised tonight. So I am torn between saying one story, which at the moment I don't think solves problems. I think it creates problems. And this two-story house, which is reduced in its visual impact because of the height and also because of the width. So I throw that out and see if somebody can help me with that problem.
Commissioner Jensen.
If you're looking for input from other commissioners, I'm not torn, because I think that the applicant has come back and done what we asked them to do. He reduced the size of the house, moved it out of the view shed, reduced the size of the second story, moved it back. I think it's perfectly, I think Ms. Anderson said we're supposed to make reasonable decisions, and it's very reasonable what the applicant has done here. And I think they've been very careful to do what we asked them to do, and have explained to us why a one-story may be a worse option on this property for the neighbors. And I'm sympathetic to the neighbors, but you know, it's nice to live next to a vacant lot for 50 years, but eventually the vacant lot is going to get sold, and now it's a matter of reason and compromise. And I think the applicants have come in with a reasonable design that is a compromise that should satisfy the neighbors. That's where I am.
Okay, commissioners, any other thoughts that you'd like to share? Commissioner Bourgeois?
I tend to be about where Commissioner Jensen is, with the one exception of I'm not fully convinced yet that a one-story is worse. So with the current design, the difference between the one-story elevation and the second-story elevation is 15 feet. We're going to go from 386, or no, sorry, 11 feet. 386 to 396.7, so rounded up to 11 feet. If it's all one story, it's at 390, so it's only a 4-foot increase. And you start thinking about setbacks and view angles, and with all the trees I've seen, I don't know that right now they're claiming at 386, they're claiming an unobstructed view. They're not counting any of that as being an unobstructed view of the hillside. I'm not sure at 60 plus feet that 4-foot in elevation is significant, whereas 11 feet might be. So that's the only thing that I'm still a little bit torn about, the one-story option. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois. Any other comments? Okay. I'll go ahead and share mine. I'm very sympathetic. It's a non-conforming lot, and what that means is that if this were brought to us today, it would not be approved. But given the fact that it has been, the owner is legally entitled to build a home there. And with that entitlement, there are certain standards, parameters, guidelines that have to be followed. And number-wise, we do follow numbers to a certain extent in that those numbers have to first be met, and they have been met, and then you put common sense into it, and you look at the residential design guidelines in terms of height, in terms of neighborhood, and following, again, the residential design guidelines, 2-story versus 1, if you look at the patterns, both on Mary as well as Short, it's a difficult situation in that you don't really know, well, you're stuck in the middle of two neighborhoods, really. And I appreciate the fact that the applicant has narrowed the home by moving it closer to the Merriway home, so that the numbers actually do mesh, if you're looking at it strictly as numbers. The one reason that I'm hesitant to go towards the one-story is at the last meeting, there were so many issues involved with the drainage, and we haven't really discussed it at this meeting, but that was the number one issue for me at the previous meeting. And we had in our last packet all of the drainage that the engineers provided, and it does concern me that if you start to increase the amount of surface area with that lot, and given where it is, you can start to get into drainage issues, and then that would just not be a good situation for anyone involved. So the reason why again, it follows the numbers, it does follow a certain pattern. I do believe that the applicant has tried to compromise. There are still issues where there could be compromises, but really that's something that we had hoped could have been resolved. And it's not really our position to try and resolve it for them. I think what has brought to us is a fair compromise, and so if a motion goes forward, I'd be likely to vote for the current design as it is. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Telesfor, it looks like you're preparing.
Yeah, my only comment is that there has been a lot of work on the side of the architect here, and really has addressed the major concern of the neighbor. Now, the shadow study does cause me a little concern. I know, I see where it is on June 21st, but I'm not sure where it is on May 21st. Is it halfway into that yard? I don't know that. So that would be my lingering question about that. But 1 versus 2, why are we're always at that kind of decision-making. I think I would probably lean, unless I hear some other reason, to approve this as submitted, based on what I've heard from my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I have, my inclination actually is to take a look at whether or not the applicant has complied with everything technically, and it appears that they have. I also personally live in a neighborhood where neighbors are very close, and it's made for very good relations. So I'm not concerned that these neighbors will all get along, because that's the value of our town. I was out to the site. I did see the height of those cypress trees and the density of the foliage, which is why I don't have a particular concern about the privacy issues. I really believe that vegetation will cure that, or can cure it. So at this point, I would be inclined to vote to approve.
Okay. So now I'm looking for a commissioner who would be willing to make a motion. And Commissioner Jensen.
I'm going to make a motion to approve architecture and site application S-11-001-16161 Short Road, with the findings and conditions that are contained in the staff report, as well as the language that Ms. Mosley recited regarding the easement and fence in the staff report portion. And in support of my motion, I would incorporate all the comments that have been made by my fellow commissioners regarding the new design. I would also find that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15303 of the environmental guidelines as adopted by the town. And as I would find that as required for demolition, that the town's housing stock will be maintained, as the house that is to be demolished will be replaced with a new house. The structure to be demolished does not have any historic significance. It's certainly none that's been brought to our attention. Clearly, and I'm always flummoxed by this one, the property owner does not desire to maintain the structure as it exists, because clearly if you want to demolish it, you don't want to maintain it. And there's no economic utility to the structure, and it's unsafe for occupancy. It's an old structure. It's been there for quite some time. We've not had any indication that it's livable or structurally sound or meets current building permits. So I think that we can make that finding as well. I'd also find that it is in compliance with the residential guidelines because essentially what the residential guidelines tried to do is define a neighborhood for a house. And as Chair Sayoc indicated, this one is a little hard because it has two arguably different neighborhoods, but our people have identified themselves as neighbors are all in Mary Way. The house is trying to conform with the Mary Way neighborhood and in fact is smaller. So it does, if we take the neighborhood constrictions that we have in the residential design guidelines and look to see whether it's compatible, the design that's presented to us tonight certainly appears to be compatible. And I need to find that in accord with 292150 of the Town Code, that we have considered all architecture and site requirements with respect to review of this project, and we've gotten information from staff, arborists, et cetera, and heard 2 meetings on this. So I think we have completed a thorough review. And I'll just reiterate that I think this is a fair compromise, and I hope that if this is approved, that the neighbors can learn to accept that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Jensen. Do I have a second? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Make sure, I will second it. I want to make sure that we've also incorporated, by reference of the motion, the conditions that are attached. And I didn't hear mention, but our staff reports were determining the project is in compliance with the single and two-family residential design guidelines, and I think you did say that. So as long as we include all that, I would certainly second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jensen, a second by Commissioner O'Donnell. Any comments before I call the question? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed say nay.
Nay.
And Commissioner, so the motion does pass 5-1, and with Commissioner Erickson excused. Oh, and Commissioner Bourgeois dissenting. Ms. Bailey, do we have appeal rights?
Yes, this decision is appealable to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing an appeal, and the appeal forms are located upstairs in the Town Clerk's office.
Okay, we are now at agenda item number 2. Okay. Okay. And we just have a quick minute that we need as we start to shift people around. But while we do so, Commissioner Jensen, would you like to make a disclosure?
I'm going to be recusing myself from this item because Netflix is a source of income to my husband.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. We'll see you soon.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have a disclosure I'd like to make as well. I had recused myself from the PD application on this because the firm I formerly worked for was involved in some of the environmental assessment. I no longer work for that firm. I no longer have any conflict on the issue, so I'm going to participate.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois, and we certainly welcome your participation. Any other disclosures necessary? Okay. Commissioner.
Yes, I would like to say that I have reviewed the file, so I am prepared to participate in the discussions, and also that I have made a site visit.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Smith. And any other disclosures? And from my recollection of the last meeting, we had all indicated previously that the remaining commissioners have done site visits to the site as well. Okay, so we are now at item number 2. It is located at 90 to 160 Albright Way and 14600 Winchester Boulevard. We have before us architecture and site application S-11-051. And Mr. Paulson, you are providing tonight's staff report?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair Sayoc, commissioners, and members of the public. Earlier this month, the Town Council approved a plan development for this site that also included specific direction regarding the future architecture and site applications, of which this is one. That direction was that architecture and site applications shall be in substantial conformance with the official development plan, including the architectural drawings and renderings submitted to council for their August 1st meeting as part of the plan development review and approval. That the first phase shall consist of one 4-story and one 5-story building. That siding of the first phase of the buildings is to be as indicated in those submittals that were part of the August 1st review, which included elements that maximized open space, included setbacks, and then the retention of existing and perimeter and internal trees on the site. Next direction was that high-quality architecture and materials will be used for the office buildings, equivalent to those indicated in the plans submitted on 8-1, and as may be similar to the existing Netflix building just north of the site. There's another direction that doesn't apply, but it was regarding later phases of office development, so I won't go through that one. The last couple directions were all architecture and site applications for the project shall be reviewed by the Planning Commission, who will formulate a recommendation to the Town Council, who will take final action. That all subsequent phases will also follow that process. And the Phase 1 application is to be heard by the Planning Commission on August 24th, this evening, and acted upon by the Town Council on September 6th. Based on that action and direction, the applicant submitted an application to process the first phase of the development, which will include the construction of 2 new office buildings and 1 parking structure, as well as the intersection improvements for the new entrance from Winchester to the site. And it will also include the demolition of 5 of the existing buildings that are out there. Staff has looked at the previous plans that were reviewed by council on August 1st and determined that it's the proposed plans that are before you tonight are in compliance with the plan development approval and the council's direction. As a result, staff recommends that the application be forwarded to the council with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. The steps for that are outlined in the staff report. And based on the Town Council direction, staff recommends that the Planning Commission provide comments to the council on items that were not included in the plans that were reviewed by the council on August 1st. And those items are generally the proposed materials. We have a more clear definition of materials and colors, which were provided with this item. The proposed landscape plantings in terms of the size and or species and number of plants that are proposed to be planted as the part of the Phase 1, and also the proposed new signalized intersection, which was not part of those plans. Obviously, the Planning Commission is also free to provide any other additional comments or recommendations as part of their recommendation to the council. And that concludes staff's report, and staff's available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is a question either to Mr. Paulson or Ms. Propp. My understanding, and it's important to me at least, that I understand our role this evening because it seems a little more narrowly focused than some ASA applications, and I just want to be clear on that. But in particular, what you said, which is consistent with page 3 of the staff report, that said the architectural and site applications shall be in substantial conformance with the official development plan, including architectural drawings and renderings, which were submitted to the council as part of the PD and development agreement and review, and in fact were approved by the council. So my understanding is only to the extent that what we are considering this evening would not be in substantial compliance with what the council has already approved, could we vary that. So it isn't clear to me what our comments would go to, but it's, I think, clear to me what our comments ought not to go to. And so I understand that the location of the buildings, for example, is not a matter we're discussing tonight in any event. We're not discussing the number of stories. We're not discussing the height of the buildings. We're not discussing any of those things. And in fact, we have a letter from our architect which considers not only the plans adopted by the council, but also the subsequent updates of those plans of August 2nd and August 10th, in which he has a number of comments which are already incorporated in the August 10th drawings. And as I understand the conditions which you propose this evening, all of the conditions of the arborist and the architect are to be ultimately adopted in the final plans. Now, I'm directing that question to both of you since it seems to be a mixed question of planning and law, and I'd like your best answer.
From a planning perspective, you're correct. The scope is fairly limited. What we looked at was what was adopted and approved by the council on 8/1 versus what's been submitted currently. And those three areas, the proposed materials weren't really finalized. Now we have a finalized proposed material, so if you have concerns about those. There was no planting plan that included the list of species and type of trees, shrubs, perennials that are going to be planted. And the third one was the entrance. The new signalized entrance were not part of those 8/1 plans. So as a result of the proposed project, they're going to have to provide a signalized intersection at Winchester for their ultimate entry. It has a temporary entry on their property, but the other three legs will not change in any subsequent phases. So those also were not part of what they reviewed. However, there's direction that they knew a signalized intersection ultimately was going to have to go in there, and there were going to be some impacts there.
Just to follow up on the other part of your question, believe that you set forth the parameters of the scope for Planning Commission tonight very clearly and directly.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm going to go to you, Commissioner Bourgeois, but I just want to clarify that I understand. So basically tonight, because of the decision that was made on August 1st, we're looking at the colors and the types of plants being planted. That's all we're allowed to look at.
And you can also look at if you have any comments on the aspects, those can be provided as part of your recommendation. As I also said, we obviously won't stop you from making comments on other aspects that may or may not have been decided on August 1st, but those would become part of whatever recommendation is ultimately forwarded to the council.
Okay. Commissioner Bourgeois and then Commissioner Smith.
You can go to Commissioner Smith because Commissioner O'Donnell asked my question for me.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
I didn't hear you say, Madam Chair, that we also can talk about the entrance.
That was the third thing that I mentioned, which was the entrance.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, and I do have one other question in terms of process. The consulting architect on the letter of August 15th, 2001 had pretty significant comments to make, 6 pages of comments that address the site plan, buildings, specifically building height, and some recommendations. Some of these were, actually a lot of them were open-ended enough so that the applicant may or may not do it, may choose several alternatives to address the issue. And it is a condition of approval that the consulting architect's recommendations be met before a building permit is pulled. With some of the open, ambiguous recommendations, who ultimately will decide whether or not the consulting architect's recommendations were met?
Well, ultimately, all of those conditions in that section, which includes the architect comments, are to the satisfaction of the community development director. The architect or applicant can probably address, they have indicated a willingness to address all of those comments. And even should there be further refinement as we go forward to council and ultimately building permit, as they submit their revised plans, which will be reviewed by the architect, who will make a determination as to whether his recommendations have been satisfied, they're willing to consider other refinements.
Okay. Commissioner Telesfor and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Right. So then will those new plans with the incorporation of the refinements and the consulting architect's recommendations, would those be in the plans to go to council in September?
I would defer that to the applicant. I'm not sure what their timeline is for that, whether they're planning to do an interim modification before Planning Commission. I know they have a presentation this evening, which I think incorporates some of those refinements in their PowerPoint, but I don't know if all of them have been addressed, and I would defer that to the applicant.
Okay. Thank you.
And Commissioner O'Donnell, you had a question?
Yes, this is Commissioner of Joel again. In going through the plans we have attached this evening, most of them would show the entrance in the wrong location. But I'm wondering, does C2, I understand how you explained the entrance opposite of Courtside. I'm just trying to find a rendering of that. There may not be one. But when I look at C2, it looks like that could be far enough over to connect to the Courtside intersection. But if not, is there anything on the drawings that would show us?
Thanks, and sorry, I probably should have clarified that for you, either in the staff report or this evening. C2 does represent the signalized intersection to Winchester. Due to time constraints, the architectural plans which precede those civil plans were not modified to incorporate that revision.
So we have nothing, for example, on landscaping or anything around that entrance which is shown on C2?
No, but what we would look to is, obviously, they would be maintaining a significant number of the plantings that exist over there and then be supplementing that as they move forward, and we would get an updated landscape plan that would incorporate that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. I will open the public hearing, but I have no speaker cards on the matter. So I need a speaker card from the applicants and anyone wishing to speak on this issue for agenda item 2. And Mr. Schenk, I'm assuming you will be speaking, so if you'd like to pass it in afterwards.
I will do so. Thank you very much.
You have 5
apologize
minutes.
for that. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Sayoc and members of the Planning Commission. And yes. I will not. In just a minute, Mr. Giannini will. Well, I would start it up then. Thank you. Happy to be here to present the ANS application for the 2 office buildings, parking structure, landscaping, some of the details associated with it that represent the Class A corporate headquarters campus project that we hope to build soon. We have addressed the goals outlined in the Town Council's approval, as well as have incorporated, and we can get into some of the specifics of which of the town planning staffs, consulting architect, consulting landscape architects' comments are reflected in those plans, which ones have we addressed already, and maybe what are the plans that we have to address any remaining ones. But really, as this is about the architecture and the site, I'd like to introduce the architect to get up here and walk you through the project a bit, give you some context of the site and such from his perspective. So Bob is with Form 4, has deep experience in headquarters, office campuses and such, and I'll have Bob come up and walk you through the project here.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Bob Giannini, the project architect from Form 4 Architecture, San Francisco. And there's only a little bit of time, so I would be prepared to sort of show you how the project works. I'll go through the pictures fairly quickly and then would be happy to answer any questions. But just to orient you, of course, here's Winchester on the top, on the west side, the Creek Trail. There's about 16 feet of fall across the site. This is the, of course, Highway 85 over here. This is the sort of the geometry of the new signalized intersection that would come in opposite Courtside. We're working right now with the town engineers and our traffic people and our engineers to sort of precisely design the most optimum way to do this particular intersection. But this is how it would work. And to answer an earlier question, all of this area right now, which is currently landscape, parking, and what have you, would all become landscaping. So there would be a significant net increase of landscaping with this configuration. The site is ringed, so this is a bird's eye view looking down. This is Winchester. The site is ringed by mature redwood trees, oaks, cedars, and what have you. So that's going to become the theme of our project. We're going to pool the redwood trees into the project wherever we have the outside sort of poking in. But then the center of the project, which is full of mature oaks and just beautiful trees, will be kept. It'll be sort of like a park-like setting in the center. So it'll be redwood trees around the perimeter coming into the project, and then sort of framing this kind of quiet green in the center of the project. This is how people would perceive the project when they're coming in. This is coming in off Winchester. The four-story building is here. It sort of leads you to the entry, funnels you to the entry. Very important for people coming to the project, visitors, people looking for employment or whatever, to get a really positive feeling about the project. So what we've done, so that people kind of get a sense of the energy and sort of the buzz of Netflix as they come in, is organized a lot of the heavy activators right around the entry. So people come in, they sort of park in the little redwood grove. This is all visitor parking in the front. They come to this point. This is this stair tower and this stair tower have a bridge that connects between them, so you see the activity of all the major circulation in the project happening right there. One of the other things we're doing is as we bring new redwood trees into the project, we start to wrap these olive trees around that bring you into the center. These are 40-year-old olives that we'll be bringing in. They're called ancient olives if you're in the market. They're full-grown and have incredible character, so that's something that'll give, along with all the existing trees, give instant character to the project. Also, it's important, we can't go there, we have 40 seconds. You can sort of see, though, in this style of architecture, the human scale that you can create with balconies and terraces and deep-set windows and what have you. I think I'll just let you look at pictures, but this is the view from inside the campus looking back to the rear of the buildings with the Winchester redwoods in the front. Employees will come into the project and park in this garage, shoot across into the campus. The olive trees wrap around. There's a dining terrace. This is an image of how the cafe works that sits on the back side of the project looking out toward the park. And here's a few more. There you go.
Actually, do you have more pictures? I like pictures.
Actually, I had a lot to say about each picture, but that's all the pictures.
Okay. Hold on and let's see if there are any questions.
Okie dokie.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
That's basically what I was going to ask, too. I think it's a very important project, and I don't want to see undue haste. On the other hand, we don't want to drag it out, but you just got started. You have a number of slides. I would be benefited by hearing that presentation.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And I only need to take actually a few more minutes, but jumping back. So going back, actually materials I know as a part of the project, there aren't a lot of materials on the project. The board you have behind you show the color, the two colors of plaster. It'd be an ochre plaster, pretty close to the existing Netflix color, perhaps just a little bit richer, and a lighter color up through here. In working very closely with the town architect, we met with him twice and worked through several details. And I think we are actually down now to just a few details. Some of the things he suggested was lightening up some of these trellis elements that happen on the top, making it a little more filigree and breaking down the scale even more. As you can see through there, one of the things we're trying to do on materials too, well, on the stair towers, we're introducing a stone material, which would be a new material. There's a picture of it up there, and I also have a sample of it here. It's real stone, and that would happen at the towers in about 5 spots on the project and on site walls. This project actually describes kind of how people would circulate through the site. So once people enter the site, employees would have the option of either going along Winchester to the parking garage. In this phase, all employees would park in the garage up against 85. They'd also have the option of dropping down through the loop road. These are existing buildings that will remain until future phases, and they would have the option of entering the garage on this side. One of the things as we worked with the town architect was to improve the access from the garage into the buildings. So we shifted some of the side elements that we had so that we can have a direct access from this side of the garage right into the 5-story building. And then from this end of the garage, you can either take a path through the campus green and get up to the terrace, or you can go right onto the terrace and The idea there is to create social interaction, to have people maybe stop, grab a cup of coffee. All of this opens up indoor, outdoor, and then go up to your office or sit and have meetings or whatever. The idea is to really enhance productivity by having this option for people to interact as they're heading from their cars and up to their office. And then this is again what sort of a depiction of what the area outside the cafe would be. Actually, it'd be much more populated than that. I'll come back to this, but this is other campuses we've designed, and this is kind of the level of activity that happens in those spaces, and you can kind of see how this opens up directly to the space inside. Ours, though, will be a little bit more of this kind of character with the oak trees, the stone, pavers, and long tables that would sort of project out into that cafe space. In the center of the campus, we'll be introducing some trees with color, like these jacarandas and pistache or whatever, to add a little bit of color to what's already there. In the campus green, the character of the spaces would be more like this. They'd be quiet kind of spaces, and the kind of spaces where you can be one-on-one. You can meet with your team, you know, a smaller group, or you can meet with the entire company. And then this image shows the extent of the landscaping in phase one. This is the terrace. There'd be broad concrete steps that drop you down. This is maybe about dropping down about 3 feet to the green. The idea would be to put oversized pots, things like that, so people can sort of sit on the steps. If it was an all-hands meeting, people could be in this space, spill out, and sit on the lawn. And then within the lawn will be those small kind of gathering spaces that we talked about. Many of the trees here are the existing trees. We've only actually shown some of the trees that actually would be on the site, and some are new. But for example, there's 2 fantastic existing cedars right in the center that will be featured and saved. Existing redwoods all through here. These are all existing cedars. So there's really just an incredible amount of existing trees that we're able to save and utilize in the project. So that should do it. Thank you.
And then are there additional questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for that presentation. But I'd actually like to back up just a little bit. And I know tonight we need to focus on the details, but I think to put these details in context, I'd like a little bit bigger picture design discussion from you. You're aware of the profile of this project and all the discussions that have centered around the height of these buildings. And if the town, this is the opinion of this commissioner, if the town is going to allow buildings of this height in town, then that building needs to be something pretty darn special. Mm-hmm. So I would like to understand why this style. This seems to be very, reminiscent of the existing Netflix building. And does that style work at this scale? And this is going to be, a very significant building for this town. So I want to understand your design philosophy behind why this is the right style and right orientation for this site, for this project.
Mm-hmm. Let me jump back to this one. This is coming out a little green on the projector, but the style is Mediterranean, not Mission, and we're calling it an abstracted Mediterranean, just as the existing Netflix building is, which we also designed. And the idea is to design a building that has human scale, and as I mentioned, this kind of building has that. If you did a very modern building, if it was a glass building that tall, you would have no way to sort of tell what's what. It would just feel like a big lump. And with this, the way this kind of design works is, you see a little balcony here, you see that same balcony up there, a human can sort of tell then, okay, I sort of get how this building works. Even though it's way up there, I know how big that is. It's kind of like old buildings that were made out of brick. You see the brick module far away, and it helps you just read the scale of the building and feel comfortable with it. So it's familiar and it's comfortable, and we felt, why come to Los Gatos if you don't want to take advantage of the natural landscape and sort of create something that people would feel very comfortable to be in? But then at the same time, a company like Netflix, which is a leading technology company, needs to be a little bit edgy, which kind of brings in the abstracted piece of the thing. So, and it's actually the one detail we're still working with the landscape, the town architect on, where we have a slight difference of opinion, although either of us would be happy to acquiesce to the other. But we do, in a couple of places on the building, we do something like this, where the panel actually shows out as a fin and then returns in glass. You wouldn't typically do that in a Mediterranean building. You'd return the plaster to the building. And I'll go on with that. The bridge is a glass bridge that goes through. And these elements are glassy elements rather than, originally we had all tops of towers more solid like this. Working with the town architect, we lightened up all the ones that were appropriate to lighten up. And the glass that would be in here would be a little bit like the glass that's here and the glass that's here. So the building has these sort of little twists to it that sort of surprise you and make the building a little bit interesting than if it had been sort of a purely Mediterranean design. So when you come up to the entry, you're immediately hit with this transparent bridge that goes shooting across between buildings, going through the treetops. So that's the thinking. And of course, the other thing we've done with the architecture is stepped it back. And the way we did that, or make the building feel like it steps back. And so there are big open arcades that happen on the ground floor almost on all sides. And then sometimes that carries up, sometimes it's one story. But then that brings you up to another step back. Sometimes it's a roof on top. Sometimes it's a terrace or a balcony. And the idea of sort of stepping the building up, too, so that by the time you get to the 5th floor or the 4th floor, the building is starting to feel light and sort of like a loggia kind of space. So those are all the elements. This type of architecture really allows you to, I think, address scale and height particularly well, where a modern building would do just the opposite, and I don't think it would be appropriate for this area.
Do you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you for that explanation. And I do think compromise most times is great, but I've also sat up here and seen compromise watered-down designs, and I don't want to do that either. So I would be interested if you could enumerate those items in the architect's recommendations that you disagree with and are perhaps not submitting, and your rationale behind that.
Mm-hmm. This is the only one. This is it. On every other item, we're in total agreement.
So do you have a copy of the consulting architect's letter to us dated August 15th?
Yes.
It sounded that there were, well, first of all, would you agree on how we characterized your meetings? It sounds like it has been very collaborative and that you've been working over the months to try and come up with a mutually acceptable design on both parts. So.
Yes, and in fact, these images, which are new from these, actually incorporate all the other items that are in this letter.
It sounds, though, based on how I infer this letter, is that it's not a done deal, that there's still study, refinement. There are several, I have 5 or 6 areas where he talks about further studies, further refinement, some different options and how you may address those. I'm having difficulty imagining what the final design will look like if you're still in study and refinement mode.
Well, yeah, I can go through them, but the quick answer to your question is we've actually now come to agreement since this letter was written on all the various items that were in there except this one. So unless the town architect wanted to look at new items, which we would be more than happy to do, this would be what the final design would look like. So that's the quick answer to your question. But I could go through the items if that would be helpful.
It's not necessary. It sounds, based on what I'm understanding, the only area where you are in disagreement is on the final page with that, what does he call it, a floating wall plane?
Yeah, yes. He's just sort of fighting with the fact that if it was a pure Mediterranean building, that would be plaster return. I mean, this is the level of detail we're down to. We're really quite in agreement. And And we're saying, yes, no, we understand that, but I think it would be more interesting if there were a few twists in it like this. And I think as you look at this, I don't think anyone would find that jarring or inappropriate. Certainly the thickness of this is appropriate. It doesn't feel like wallpaper or whatever. You know, all the windows are very deep set and all of that, which he would also think is very, very good. We're just down to that item, and I think he would be the first to say, I think this is fine. And what we would do, the process would be, we would show him these. These are pretty much hot off the presses in response to his letter, and then ask if there are any other issues that he, that he wants to pursue. His comments have been very helpful. I think it's been very good to work. As you say, it was very collaborative and very helpful.
So what you have on these slides, are they different from what we have on our August 10 package?
What's on the August 10th package is behind you. No trees shown. They're just the straight thing. These are different in that they add trees to make the presentation more realistic, and then it picks up the comments that were in Mr. Cannon's letter.
Okay, so, but what we have before us, and perhaps you can walk me through the process, Mr. Paulson, what we have before us is what we need to approve. If what he's showing is different, is that going to be resubmitted?
That will be part of your recommendation, is that obviously Larry Cannon's requirements would be followed. The architect has stated that they are down to one last issue. This has not gone back to Larry yet. As he also stated, the process would be, whether it's between now and council or now and building permit, the revised plans with just the bare elevations, with maybe some of these also added, would go back to Mr. Cannon. He would ensure that, in fact, the revisions that have been made are adequate to address his concerns that were recently brought up. And as the architect also stated, if he had any other issues that came up as a result of the revisions that were made, then we would also work through those items.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Let me see if I get this correctly. I've looked at a series of plans, each one of them I'll call updating where we were. The most recent plan I have is what we have in our package, and that is dated August 2nd and August 10th. When I looked at that plan and when I looked at Larry's letter, it appeared that even in the August 10th drawing, you had accommodated some of the requests that he made. So I guess one of the things that I think we're trying to get to tonight is, what is it, just generally speaking, we're not trying to microscope this thing, but I looked pretty thoroughly at this exhibit, and I did see a number of changes, and I said, oh, yeah, they're getting together with Larry on those things. What is it in our drawings that are not there that are in your drawings?
Mm-hmm. You're right. Between August 1st and August 10th, we were able to pick up about half his comments, so those are already in your drawings. I think the nature of the changes since then is we changed the color of the trellises from white to brown. We had, let me flip. Let's see. So sometimes the columns have, the top elements of the towers have one column in the corner. Larry was feeling it might be interesting if it was a little bit broken up a little bit more. So sometimes where the tower is narrow, we maintain the one column, and when I talk with him again, we'll point that out. But in most cases, we switched it to a double column with a glass corner, and you can see that here. It happens here, it happens here, it happens here. So it happens in most cases where it was possible to do it, and that lightens that up quite a bit and makes it feel a little more appropriate at the top of the building, which we would agree. So that's an item that's changed since last time. We moved, you remember on the site plan, we were talking about the access from the garage into the buildings. We moved the trash enclosure generator and transformer down a little bit so that we could get two access points across. And those are probably the only changes between the August 10th package that you have and what's up here today.
Okay. Our the condition which is attached to the approval says that you will comply with essentially Mr. Cannon, and you will comply with the arborist. I want to see where we are. It sounds to me like you have complied with Mr. Cannon. This one area which I read to be sort of open in any event. It wasn't. He wasn't saying you've got to do this. He was saying, gee, it sounds better to me, but it did seem open. So that you said is open. And you said that as of August 10th, you had already done at least half of the things he had requested. So the only updates are the ones you described to us. And the one open issue apparently doesn't seem to be much of an open issue as far as what I read in Mr. Cannon's letter.
That's how I would characterize it, yes.
Okay. And then the arborist also makes some suggestions and or requests. We haven't discussed the arborist tonight, but I'm wondering if you could comment on where we are on the arborist's requests versus where you are on those drawings.
Yes. And if I may, we have our landscape architect here, Rich Sharp, who's gone through the report in great detail and can answer that in great detail.
Before he leaves, I wasn't trying to prevent anybody else from finishing with their question.
Let's see if we have any more questions of you first. Commissioners, any more questions of the architect? Commissioner Tausfer, I can't tell if that's a...
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I have all my questions answered. Most of them were covered by Commissioner Bourgeois and Commissioner O'Donnell. And we're not looking at garage tonight. When is that? I mean, he's talking about garage. You're talking about garage, but we're not seeing it in front of us.
It is in the package, and
It is.
And
It is.
in the town architect's comments, he addressed the garage as acceptable as is.
Would you mind, you don't have an illustration of it, do you?
It's in your package, but let me see if it's...
A11?
Yeah. I mean, it shows up a bit in this image. The design concept, when we had our first meeting with the town architect, we talked about the garage quite a bit, because the issue is, do you dress it up more and make it look like part of the building, or do you try and downplay it so that it doesn't, because it's such a different scale than the building, downplay it a little bit so that it doesn't compete with the building. And so we're doing the garage in a relatively simple way, but we're doing it in dark color. So it's in this, dark, sort of in the tones of brown color that show up here. And the change we made is originally it was a more typical garage that had continuous horizontals with round columns that go every bay. Instead, he suggested, why don't we do it more as a grid where the legs are actually the same width as the lintels, so that it felt more like a gridded element rather than a horizontal stripy element, which we did, so that it feels more like it's in the family of this, but without becoming arches and everything else that we both felt would be the wrong thing to do, would be calling attention to it inappropriately. However, it does have in two places stair and elevator towers, and those are designed exactly the same as the building. So where you go across to the building, and if you were standing here and looked across, you'd be looking right at this other element, stair and elevator element. Those match the building perfectly, and that was the solution. Is it,
Yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, so it's here and here.
I see.
Watch your eyes.
I see it. So was there ever any talk about landscape to that, to the garage facade that faces?
No. Well, in the sense that, like the rest of the campus, we're going to be continuing, keeping the trees that exist around the entire site and augmenting it. Now, the reality is, in the garage, I think through the construction of the garage, the trees that are actually between 85 and the garage, which is always a minimum of at least 20 feet, will probably not make it. So with the excavation or what have you, and that's the, again, if I can, let's see here. well, this little zone right here,
Yeah.
there are no real significant trees at that point, and Rich can sort of comment more on that. But we would be replacing them with new trees as part of the project.
Okay, so the landscape architect will talk about that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll direct my questions there. Thank you.
And any more questions of Commissioner Smith?
Yes, I just need a clarification. We now have how many lanes in and out?
Well, the design is not final yet. It's still going through engineering, but let's see.
Just to clarify, are you asking now, meaning the current condition, or in the?
No, where you've proposed the new signalized intersection.
Do you know?
Yeah, there are 2 lanes going out.
Mr. Shank, could you speak in the microphone?
Sorry, 2 lanes going out and 1 lane coming in. At the intersection, there are still 2 other ingress-egress points, but the new intersection is 2 out, 1 in.
And then if I read the plans correctly, I just want to make sure I've understood this, no matter which entrance they're coming in or exiting, they still need to go to the roundabout, at least in this first phase, in order to get to the parking garage or from the parking garage?
Yes, that is true. To the site, there's a right-in, right-out at the southern edge of the site that doesn't put you, it would accommodate these existing buildings here. The new intersection or the existing Albright intersection both put you at the roundabout type intersection, yes.
And so, again, I'm just thinking of the backup of cars, so this is why I'm addressing this tonight. So if you're in the parking garage and you're leaving, just in this first phase, you are going to go through an area that also has parked cars, if I see the plan correctly. So you're going to go behind cars that are already parked. They're going to try and be backing out, and then you go to the roundabout, and then you're going to the new intersection.
Correct. Or you
can go the back way. This
Right,
is what I
the
was trying
two
to
ways,
figure out.
yes.
Is the back way going to be accessible now in Phase 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, effectively, it becomes a loop road, which is great for fire as well, from a practical perspective in safety. It's a loop road, so it can, for ingress, employees can go either way, or visitors, and the same in an egress way. If it looks like this is backed up, or that's not very practical, you can go the other way.
All right, and then the second question I have has to do with these pavers. I just want to make sure I understand architecturally. Where what I call the roundabout, that is going to be pavers, but the rest is going to be asphalt? Or are we having pavers all the way into the roundabout, but then the rest of it is just going to be asphalt? I'm trying to
defer to Rich.
determine if the gray is
I would
all
say
the
the gray
paving.
is thought to be the pavers, or enhanced paving. I don't know if it's a concrete, what the material is, but it's not asphalt, and it's an enhanced, different look.
Design,
feel.
right.
And the reason we think this is the right place for it is we want to make it special. And if we start to use it all over, I tend to think it lacks its specialness. It just becomes the driveway.
Well, so as I recall, though, the architect did think there was an awkwardness
Yes.
between the two. So how have you, since you addressed his comments, I'm just wondering how you addressed them.
Well, that's one of those where, again, we agree that we would agree with him. So I think what Mr. Cannon is saying is it would be good if the pavers came all the way out to here. We would not disagree with that, although it wouldn't be our first choice because, again, as John said, we'd really like this to be special and not sort of water it down by doing it everywhere. And there's really nothing wrong with asphalt. So I think in Larry's comment, he was talking, I think he made a comment about the awkwardness of the transition, which we really don't agree with. I think it's because it goes across at a little bit of an angle. But if you were in a car driving and you sort of swept into here and went around this way or what have you, I don't think it would feel awkward at all. So the reason I didn't bring it up is we'd be more than willing to bring the special pavers out to here, or as I talk to him further, we might see if he doesn't have a problem with that anymore.
So if I could just go back for one clarification then. So we now have two things that you have not yet complied with or agreed with. And so one would be this whole paving situation, pavers transition, and then the second would be the, what you call the floating wall return. So there are two issues so far. And I'm not giving them equal weight. I'm just asking the question for clarification, what we're going to be addressing tonight.
We consider this so minor, I didn't consider it a disagreement because we would be willing to just do it. It certainly would not be unnice to have pavers go all the way out to this point.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I think there are some of these things that, as opposed to the architecture, go to the site. There was another thought that Mr. Cannon's asked us to look at the trash enclosure location up there. And so we're studying other locations on the site. So as opposed to the architecture of the buildings, and maybe that's where the landscape architect comments can go back to the site, how
Right.
might we be addressing those as well?
Okay. And then I saw Commissioner Telesfor and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
Right. Actually, thank you, because I didn't want to take you through a whole list of he has 24, I believe, or 26 recommendations for you. But some of them are very important, and I think the paving one was important, and I happen to agree with most of what probably everything he said. So in terms of his recommendations, and he made several recommendations for change that would diminish the visual impact of this building facade in height, and I wanted to make sure that at least, if you don't mind, I pulled those out. So the one was, let's just review it, the base of the tower element.
Yes.
Has that been taken care of?
Yes.
That's been addressed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can show you the pictures.
Okay.
Not there. There's a tree in front of it. Hang on a second. There isn't a picture of it, but I can show you. Uh-oh, I went off. PowerPoint is a way to get it back. What he was interested in is just at the base of the tower, we had expressed it as a 2-story high volume. He thought it might be more powerful if we expressed a lintel there. So right behind this tree,
right,
there's rather than this being 2 stories, there's another piece of stone lintel piece that goes across at the same point.
Okay.
So that's that item.
All right. Then the hip roof along the building of D entry.
Yes. There isn't a picture of it, but what he's talking about is this is a secondary entry into this. Well, it's the primary entrance into this building, except for the fact that this building doesn't have a primary entrance. People will always use the corporate lobby. So we have an entrance expressed at this point, which is in the center of the building. And we had shown a trellised canopy going out, and he thought perhaps it might want to be, maybe it's a glass element or something going out, which we would be fine with. He also thought that and I would have to go back to the images you have in the set, but he thought it might be interesting if the roof of that element broke the line of the overhanging roof above it. And we could do that, but I think when we show him the impact of that, he'll probably not want us to do that, and he'll probably want to keep it the way it is. But more importantly, we're committed to do all the comments that he makes. So if he feels strong, I mean, that actually is the answer to all the comments. If there are any items he is still uncomfortable with, we will change them.
Okay. The change of colors on the 5th floor, I think you addressed.
Yes, we talked about that.
And the trellis corner treatment?
Yes. That one was picked up in the August 10th package. And again, these pictures don't show everything, but there are terraces on the front of the building at this location, and he asked us to originally they didn't have trellises. He thought it might soften it up a bit if we added trellises, and we did. Those are on your package. The other piece that's in that same vein is there's a circular trellis element that happens here. Sorry, I'm having so much trouble with this. And in these images, it doesn't show, but it's this element here. We changed that from white with round columns to paired square columns in brown with more detail on the ring that wrapped around the top. That happens here and it happens here, so that it's more in the family of the fifth floor wood-looking elements as opposed to the stucco-looking elements.
Okay. Thank you. Now, can I have a follow-up with this, since we're sort of on architecture right now? And I think that, observers can discuss the merits of the building design, but I think what's always most important are the building materials.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, all we have to look at are photographs, and probably not true to color, I would think.
Well,
So here's my question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I only have the first Netflix building as far as the details to compare this with.
yes. Well,
But somewhat. And what I'm wondering is the mullions on that, are they wood, or on the original Netflix building, are they wood or are they something else?
they're metal. They're aluminum that is brown, so it appears as wood, but it's metal.
Okay, and so is that what we're,
It'd be the exact same window,
okay, and
clear glass.
the roof color?
The roof color would be the same as the existing Netflix building. It'd be a blend of those 6 tiles.
Okay. All right, thank you for now.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I'd actually like to go back to the pavers issue. I really don't feel strongly one way or the other about how you transition that. But what I do care about is when I hear pavers, I think pervious surface. And then what I just heard is that it might not be pavers, it might be something else, it might be stamped concrete. So if we're approving materials tonight, I'd like to know what we're approving at that site, and is it going to be pervious or impervious?
It would be impervious at that point because for stability of all those cars coming in on that main driveway.
Even if it were pavers?
Even if it was pavers. Because it would have a concrete base to it and the pavers would be set on that.
Okay.
But it wouldn't hold up if it was set on sand or as a pervious material.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Up the new, C2, I think it is, the new entryway.
Yes.
Across. Could you show that again, please?
Yes. First time.
Good. I'm curious, I see the proposal for the new entryway, and I think it makes sense to have that intersection. What happens to the other entry and exit to the right of that?
The existing one, this will be a free ride out. So anyone leaving the site heading this way will be able to do this and head out this direction. And it'll be a right in. So it's a right in, right out intersection.
But you're going to have a right in fairly close to that right in. So are you going to have a congestion point then? When you've got two lanes going, two lanes going in there, you've got a third lane going in there, and they come to one spot.
Right, and that's what engineering is studying right now is the most optimum way to handle this intersection. This is an intersection that would have stop signs at particular locations. The other option is a traffic circle.
Why do you need another entryway there? It's so close.
This entryway?
No, you're required to put the one that you
this one.
sketched up there, but I don't believe you're required, maybe I'm wrong. I don't believe you're therefore required, and I don't know the distance there, but it looks like it's pretty close. I don't know why you're required to put in another right turn there.
Yeah. Actually, on that one, I should defer to traffic, who's been right in the middle of that whole discussion.
Good. I'd just like to know. I'm not a traffic expert, but it strikes me as odd.
Hi. Robert Del Rio with Hexagon Transportation. We prepared the traffic study for the project. What you're alluding to is the right in, right out at Albright. That's going to be needed for ultimate conditions. You're going to want that access point there. Maybe under phase 1 conditions, it's not needed because everything is off to one side of the campus. But under ultimate conditions, that capacity is needed to have people and an alternate entry point and exit point for the site.
How does it help, though, when it comes together?
Well, what you're looking at, though, is a phase 1 layout of that new entrance point. Under ultimate layout of the site, that elbow from the new intersection probably won't be there. It's up to how this ultimate site is laid out. It might run directly south and therefore not connect to that Albright Way that you're talking about. And that.
No,
If you, Mr. Paulson can try and answer that while you gather your materials.
Hopefully we can bring the picture back up, but based on the traffic study that was done, ultimately, if it went to full build-out, the right-in, right-out at the existing Albright Way is necessary, in addition to the Winchester signalized intersection. This is an interim solution which may create issues on their own site, on their leg, because that entrance on their leg, which comes into their site, as Mr. Del Rio indicated, ultimately is not going to be that configuration. It's probably going to come in and connect at a different point.
Here.
So it will not have the same impact as it currently
So if I'm
does.
going to work in the morning and I normally, this is phase one, take a right turn at the first way in. Now you've changed it. I'm still going to take a right turn. How do I get to D&E?
You'll, from Winchester, you'll be able to make a right turn at the new entrance, and yes, you'll come to this point here.
No, we're talking about phase, some other phase you're telling me it's going to be different.
We don't. This leg will likely be straightened out, and this will no longer exist, possibly.
So the only way you'll get into D&E then will be the other entryway. So why are we bothering at this point to put the second one in?
Let me take a shot. I think of it as, let's not think of any other configuration, because we may not build another phase, right? I mean, that would be an assumption that is not in evidence today. So this is what we're building. There's the flows. And you're right. If you're coming northbound on Winchester, you're most likely going to pull in the new intersection because that's your first right, and you're going to come in, and that probably is the predominant flow of that movement. If you're about to spill the coffee and you miss, guess what? You got one more shot before you have to go do a whole U-turn. I don't see it as wildly practical, that right turn in there. I think some cars will use it. I see it as it's really going to get used on the outbound.
But wait a minute. If I'm coming in and it's time we're all supposed to be at work, whatever that is, and it's busy, I'm going to go to the next one, and I'm going to turn right. And then guess what? The guys that went in right first are going to meet me coming down there, and we're going to either have stop signs or something else.
You're right, they may. And in this configuration here, if I came in the second one, maybe I take a first left, and the other person takes a right. Let me try this. I mean, it allows the flexibility that somebody could come in and do this movement and go this way. Somebody could also come in and go this way, and they never meet.
Well, that's really good if it works. But what if the guy doesn't want to take that turn but wants to go straight the most logical way?
Right. That's where the traffic analysis looks at, and the reason the stop signs are there in that configuration, so this stop would yield to this person coming through if that were happening.
Good luck.
Could I have Mr. Paulson, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, I don't think I had anything else to add. The configuration that they have been studying, and should a subsequent phase come through, additional circulation studies will be done to determine whether this configuration changes.
The only thing I would say is if you've got a stop sign there and that's your main entry, now you've got a stop sign, so now your main entry backs up onto Winchester. That strikes me as probably not a good plan.
I think we understand your concern, and I defer to the traffic engineer, but I think the queuing analysis based on the traffic study has taken that into consideration and is not anticipated to happen.
And the traffic study includes all of the build-out? The build-out? I don't mean the phase one. I mean all phases.
The analysis of phase one here includes everything that's remaining on site now.
No, I mean build-out. You get what, 2 more buildings coming, a big building and a not-so-big building. So your traffic study assumes full build-out?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Telespo.
Yeah, I just would follow up by, I guess, stating, so I'm looking at the 2 entrances as ways to get more people in quickly and off the street of Winchester to come into the campus. Would that be a fair statement?
I don't think it's the state.
You also need to provide egress for the site, so.
Well, I realize that, but I mean, when you have two entrances, you're going to allow more people to get in more quickly
Correct,
and off the street.
correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
This may be a question as much for staff as it is for these gentlemen, but as I'm thinking about this special egress issue, which obviously, was on my mind, so I'm thinking about the railroad, and it's going to come along and it's going to stop people at times, right? I'm wondering how we're going to prevent people, and what's going to be on Winchester that's going to prevent people from swinging around something to get into that, what we call now the ancillary entrance.
Fair.
Because nothing shows actually on our maps, and that's why I didn't know if it was staff who maybe is talking about an island of some sort. I'm not sure, but I just like to know that because people are very concerned about the traffic impact.
Absolutely, Commissioner Smith. And if you look, is this sheet C2? I think on sheet C2, it shows Winchester Boulevard. And I don't know if anybody can see it. My eyes still look
No, I'm
pretty
on
well.
C2 now.
Okay,
so.
there's a new extended median that goes beyond, I'm going to call the existing driveway Albright Way. It goes beyond, so that one, I guess if one wanted to weasel around and be illegal and all these kinds of things, you could get around that new median, but the purpose of the median is to disallow that left turn in.
And so it will be properly marked, I'm sure. As I see the median, it seems to end so that people can turn left into...
It's intended to be, the requirement is that, as I say that, I was about to try to correct myself and then maybe turn it back to the experts here. We're required to allow a U-turn to occur there. I think the pork chop in our entry is intended to be you can't come in here, it's a right turn in only, but we need to preserve a U-turn movement for others. I think the Smith Ranch Court neighborhood specifically wanted to be able to come out of their neighborhood and do a U-turn at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And so our drawing just doesn't push up far enough to see that Smith Ranch Road. I also
Correct.
didn't know if this was necessary for emergency vehicles. That was the other thing I was thinking for the two, but I don't want to, I'm just speculating.
Sure. From an emergency perspective, they would like as porous a site as possible in case there's an accident at one intersection that can come in somewhere else. And this is not a very porous site from that perspective. So having more ingress-egress points is looked upon favorably by fire and I imagine police and other emergency services. But the purpose, again, in that median, and I can see it a bit from here, is to allow a U, but not a left in. That would be a right in to our site only. But in Winchester, there would be a U-turn available.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions of the architect or the traffic engineer? Commissioner Telesfor?
Right. I did have one other question, and that is that I noticed on the site plans that there's really, where the service areas are for deliveries, cafeteria, et cetera, it's not called out. Do you have an idea about that, or can you walk us through that?
Bob, why don't you just speak to that?
Yes. Yes, this is the delivery spot right here, and it's actually designed to be large enough so that a truck can be in it, but another truck could pull up alongside it as well. This isn't a depressed dock. It would actually be grade level. The cafe is right here. This would become the kitchen and the servery for the cafe. And so that's in exactly the right spot for most of what comes to the project.
Okay. Any other questions? No, commissioners, was there still a question of the landscape architect?
Well, I think just generally speaking, it would be helpful if the landscape architect did talk to us a little bit about that, yes.
Okay. And just a reminder to those in the audience, I only have one speaker card, so if you are interested in speaking on this item, please submit a card. And if you could introduce your landscape architect.
Sure. Rich Sharp is our landscape architect, and he can walk you through and answer any questions. And if I could just backtrack for a second, condition of approval in the ordinance number 103 requires of us to come back with a queuing analysis and other such things prior to grading permit, as the towns check that what we're going to do isn't going to be backing up into Winchester and those kinds of things. So part of that final engineering, there's a check prior to grading permit that we are required to conform to. But Rich, you got the pointer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Richard Sharp. I'm a landscape architect with Studio 5 Design. And if, just so I understand, you would like me to speak to the arborist report, the tree disposition plan first?
At the moment, what I'd kind of like is just an overview of how you perceive what you're going to be doing at Phase 1.
Okay. That's easy to do. Get this pointer working here. So not to repeat too much of what Bob said, but as a big picture concept for the whole site, given the 550 some odd trees on the property, our goal is to create this park-like setting, working with the mature trees. So as part of the initial conceptual layout, we work closely with the architects, positioning the buildings, looking at roads, looking at circulation, and how to take what is currently trees along existing streets in the existing campus layout and make them feel at home in a completely new setting on the site. For example, these trees here that run along this street now contribute to the promenade that comes down through the corridor, as one example. Another example is mature trees at the entrance that sit in some of these breakout spaces off the end of some of these arcade spaces. There's a significant oak here that we brought the road around as another example here, and then bringing the road in along here to save this large stand of trees as well. So we're very cognizant at the very beginning of how we wanted to accommodate these trees. And then there are trees within the core of the project, the cedar trees that sit here that we've developed the scheme around so they become sort of feature trees. The trees along the perimeter, as Bob mentioned, are part of the existing landscape. They're part of the feel of the streetscape going along Winchester. We wanted to maintain that. And that speaks to some of the comments that the arborist was talking about. Some of his comments along this edge were that those trees would be compromised. But in fact, we're holding the curb line. This parking hasn't changed. We're holding that curb line exactly as is and at grade. So there's, we feel like all of the arborist comments need some coordination with him. He was looking at the August 1st set of drawings, I believe. So he was looking at, to some extent, a slightly dated tree disposition plan, which we modified, and to some extent a misunderstanding of where that curb line was sitting along the front of the project. An example, and I can go through each of the tree areas that he talked about. Some of the trees that he's speaking to, for example, as I can walk through these quickly, the cedar trees here, the fact that we have a site wall here where the grade drops away that we're using to preserve that, he's just suggesting for appropriate health of the tree and root zone, we might want to shift that wall 6 to 8 feet. I think on that case he was saying 15 feet, given that they're cedars and they have a larger root spread. And that's all very we're able to accommodate all of that by moving this promenade. We basically have to move it 3 feet to the north to accommodate that. So we have plenty of open space. We have no problem with doing that. Obviously, we're trying to feature these trees and maintain them.
Let me ask you this one question. The arborist's letter is dated August 18th. Mm-hmm. It's your belief, however, that as of August 18th, he didn't have the August 2nd or August 10th modifications?
I would say that he may have, but the main discrepancy between those is some of the trees he's accounting for here and this new road improvement coming through that weren't represented on the tree disposition plan because none of the landscape drawings were showing this road alignment because it hadn't been sort of finalized at that point. Or it was finalized just prior to those drawing submittals, so there was no opportunity for us to get that onto our landscape drawings. So there's 12 trees associated with this new drive that are being removed that aren't reflected on the tree disposition plan that you have in front of you. There are 3 trees here that he was saying would be removed, but in fact they're being saved because of this jog in the road here. We're capturing them there. So there's a few discrepancies just based on the iteration of the tree disposition plan that he was looking at. He shows 14 trees here that he was feeling would be compromised, but we've confirmed with the civil engineer that curb line hasn't changed and won't change, nor will the grade. Another example of a sort of a discrepancy between drawing sets is we were showing on our tree disposition plan that all of these trees in this corner were to be saved, and his comment was, according to the utility line layout, they wouldn't be saved. So we've worked with the civil, and we're going to adjust the routing of that. So instead of losing 4 trees there, we're losing 1, and the one we're losing is a 7-inch deciduous tree. The 3 we're saving are 20-plus inch conifers to help screen the corner of that garage. So we've been progressing the design to pick up all of these discrepancies on the trees, and we feel like they're all manageable.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smith?
I have a question about the trees along the curb line on Winchester, and I'm looking at A8, if that helps you. Maybe flip to that on the screen. And it's just a really quick question because since I've been to the site, I know that it's very uneven terrain and how you're going to position the buildings. But the view from the inside the campus, so that is below, shows trees along Winchester that are higher than the building. They are taller. And I did not see where the trees, the current trees, were going to be higher. However, if you tell me they are, I believe it, because I know that terrain is very uneven. But then when I read in the arborist report that he is concerned about the compromise of those trees, and then I was wondering, how is that, if they are compromised and things happen? You know, I mean, things happen when you're constructing. So is the depiction on A8 the current trees?
Yes. These.
See how they appear to be taller than the buildings, and so they're really screening Winchester?
Yes.
Yeah.
Since I did this. So actually, the most accurate drawing you can look at that really addresses that is the one that's behind you that shows the photo simulation from Winchester at eye level looking back into the property. Is it the top one? Yeah. Well, the top 2 images. Yeah. One is from sort of Aventino, and one is directly across at the where the train track crosses. Those drawings are dead accurate because they were all laid out as photo simulations, and field, all the trees were field surveyed, and everything was done with computer modeling, so it's quite accurate. So those are the best drawings to look at to imagine what it would look like from Winchester.
And for your reference, that's sheet A7, Ms. Smith.
Yeah, 7.
So then I'll just go back to, it's just it's a question for my own knowledge. Should those trees become compromised?
Well, and to address that question, again, it was when you look at the civil drawing, the iteration that I believe the arborist was looking at, they were showing the objective is to keep that parking lot along that west edge, the edge of that parking lot, intact. And if the curb is in reasonable shape, to keep the curb, and we could resurface the asphalt and not even modify that curb edge. But I think when the civils initially drew that line runs at a slight angle, and they drew it straight. And when you show it against the existing, there was an overlap, and I think the arborist interpreted that as, oh, they want to move the curb line back. And at this end of the project, that translates into 2 feet, and that would impact the roots. But in fact, we're definitely not doing that. And to take it even further, there's 3 islands shown in that parking lot, the tree stalls. And initially, we laid it out just to balance out the parking bank, the sets of parking stalls. But given the arborist report where he's indicating some of those trees, the roots actually stretch into those existing islands. We don't want to shift those existing islands because we would compromise that. we're in fact going to shift the plan so that those islands occur where they are. So not only are we saving the 2 redwood trees that would otherwise be affected, but we're gaining 2 trees that we were thinking were going to be removed because there are existing trees in those islands that we're now saving. So we're trying to take the tree count the other way for sure.
And I realize that we're not talking about much of a canopy, because as I recall, those trees are not the kind that provide any shading, really.
Which is why we want to go back to saving those islands that are in the parking lot, because they're mature trees that do provide some shade. If we put in a 36-inch box tree in the parking lot, Chinese pistache is what we have proposed. It's a deciduous tree, beautiful fall color, but deciduous tree. That's going to take a little bit more time to achieve the canopy. So our preference is to keep the existing tree and shift that island.
Then, Madam Chair, if I could just ask one more question, and this is just for my own elucidation. The olive trees that are proposed for the middle, my understanding was always that olive trees are perhaps hardy, but a mess. Is that? I mean,
Well,
you're the expert, so I'm just thinking about how this campus is going to look.
Sure. A mess in terms of droppings from
Droppings.
olives? Well, that's true. I always tell people there are no easy trees. All trees have issues, unless you want fake trees. But the olives can be sprayed. Any tree that fruits can be sprayed. It's seasonal. You spray it seasonally, and that prevents the fruit from maturing. It'll begin to fruit, but it won't mature, and so it alleviates that mess. There's a thriving business of olive trees coming out of Central Valley for projects like this. So we're aware of that. I think that would become part of the maintenance program that we've built into our specs. But the value of that tree as instant character that works with this Mediterranean feel, we feel like is worth pursuing those trees for that application. And just to speak to the pavers real quickly, I agree pavers all the way down to the intersection would be the best case scenario. In our opinion, we would, at a minimum, take the pavers to the beginning of the service, the generator enclosure, because what we would like to do is capture all of the sort of short-term parking, guest parking, in that specialty paving, and we would treat that, it would be unit pavers, as Bob mentioned. It would be impervious. They could be sand set, but they would still be impervious because of the Class 2 base below the sand. And that way we could treat those stripes with like bronze domes, something that's more elegant that really speaks to front door entry, so it's not a painted white stripe on concrete paver. So in our mind, that would be the logic of where to stop the pavers associated with that, what we consider entry parking. So
Thank you.
Any other additional questions? Commissioner Telesphore.
I'm not sure who this one is for, but I really was concerned, since trees are being credited with, obscuring some of the view of the 70 and 85-foot buildings. My question is, if in fact something should happen to one of the perimeter trees, those are large trees, what size will replace them?
Well, currently we're showing all trees at a minimum of 36-inch box. At a redwood tree, that would be a 22-foot tree to 24-foot tree going back in.
Not very tall, is it?
Well, I think the challenge with the redwood trees is at the maturity that they're at now, their root system becomes intertwined. So it's hard if one was to be damaged, and obviously we have tree protection specifications that go into place, but the inevitable can sometimes happen. The tree would be removed, and the goal would be to find an appropriate position without damaging the surrounding roots of all these other redwoods. Maybe the tree pushes forward more, towards Winchester. But the challenge would be to get a box tree in at 60-inch box redwood. It would be to crane it into position, first of all, because of the size, and then to find a available space within the root system of all those other redwood trees.
Was there a way to plan for that in advance? I mean, you could also put it, if you didn't put it in front, you could put it behind.
When you say behind, are you referring to?
You could put it behind the perimeter of the trees that are there now. You said you could put it in front. of the perimeter trees
Towards the Winchester side.
towards Winchester.
Right.
So I'm asking if you could make provisions now that in case you could put it behind the trees that are existing.
I think that would be a case-by-case scenario, and I think one way to do it would be to add another parking island in that place so that we gain that 8-foot by 20-foot, and then we could drop a bigger tree in there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that might be something to look at
Sure,
for right now. Now could we address the garage?
sure.
Because as I was told by the architect, we have to add, or you have to add landscaping to that.
Correct.
So can you tell us what you were thinking about, please?
Sure. Happy to do that. And well, as I mentioned, there are 3 trees that we can preserve in this corner that are 2 redwoods and 2 cedars, and we would be losing 1 small pistache deciduous. Along here are firs and dogwoods. Those remain, so that screens the garage. Along the back, the majority of the run of trees are sumac. They're small, 6, 7, 8, 9-inch caliber. There is a stand of redwoods that we're proposing to save, and the arborist felt we had adequate distance in his report to save it. He didn't ding us on that as far as subject to damage type trees. And then what we're proposing, so that's a zone that's right here, a stand of redwoods. And then what we're proposing is pines, Canary Island pines for the rest of the way, so that we have an evergreen screen along that back in addition to the small sumac. And that's on the 85 side. On the interior side, we're showing Chinese pistache as part of the parking lot planting. We're showing crepe myrtles at the entrance for some color, Chinese pistache for the fall color. And then we're showing podocarpus as sort of a hedge screen, evergreen, that would run down this zone, just to break up the elevation.
Right. So along that 85 corridor, had you considered adding vines on the building itself?
We can certainly add that as we get into the kind of the fine grain of the planting plan. So yes, the short answer would be yes. I think vines are always challenging in terms of length of time for them to mature and will they ever reach it. We've had success with passion vine, which is almost a weed vine that can take over very quickly. So that would be something we'd propose.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
That's sort of a major entrance to our town,
Yeah.
seeing that from, I would rather see vines than, but what size tree did you say you were going to add on that 85 corridor?
Right now, we're showing 36-inch box.
And that's how tall for me? Tell me.
18, I'd say on a pine, it'd be in the 18-foot range.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do think on that elevation, part of the thought behind it being minimized in terms of architecture and dark is that with the trees in the fore, it almost looks, it's in the shadow in the back being dark, if you will. So some of the architecture and the landscape plan coming together to achieve the minimization of the visual potential.
Any other questions? I do have one more question. On sheet A3, your native wildflowers area, it says temporary. Is that temporary meaning that you plan on doing something else in that particular area, or temporary in the flowers?
The thought is it's I don't know if it's literally an extension of, but it becomes a garage in the future with a future phase of the build-out of the campus. So it's not forever wildflowers. It may well come out because of future construction. Not anticipated today, but we are thinking it's the future phase location for a garage.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe that is it for questions for now. We do have 2 speaker cards, and so I'm going to let them speak. For those that have submitted it, you have 3 minutes, and then Mr. Schenk, you will have 3 minutes afterwards to address the issues raised.
Thank you.
Okay. And for those that are planning on speaking tonight, I just want to remind everyone that our purview tonight is very limited. Again, as we mentioned during the opening of this and during staff report, based on the decision made by Town Council on August 1st, there really are 3 areas that we are allowed to look at tonight: materials, landscaping, and the entrance area of the development. Okay, so I just wanted to remind you that. So the first speaker is Lee Quintana.
Hi, glad to be here and talk to you again, and thank you for listening. I'd like to open by saying that most of the people who spoke at the last meeting at the council did not come tonight because they assumed, given the council directions and the PD, that this was essentially a done deal. Maybe I just like to beat my head against the wall. If I were in your shoes, I would be saying, why bother to even send it to the Planning Commission since the parameters set were so close? In my shoes, there's still too many answers that are unmet and that it's not in conformance with the plan development ordinance itself. Regarding the landscaping and trees, there's still disagreements between the plans and what the arborist said. The entrance, we don't have final plans. You don't know what it's going to look like. There's still changes going on with the architecture, and the PD permit itself says that, condition 13, that the actual building design shall be finalized at ANS, not referred to another time at permit time issuance. The same thing with the landscaping. It says that the final landscaping design will be determined at ANS, not deferred to a later date. And if I remember correctly, there's also language in there about having the studies for the entrance done as part of the ANS proposal, not as part of the grading proposal. So for all those reasons, I would suggest that, and given that this is such a big project, we really want to know exactly what is being approved. So I suggest that you continue the item so that all the plans and all the reports can be brought into conformance with each other, and that additional reports, as necessary, be forthcoming. And, oh shoot, I had one more point. Oh, not story poles, but I would request that, commission request that at least balloons go up to see the height of these buildings in relation to the trees, because a photo simulation from one point does not really give you the impression from all over, and clearly those trees are not as tall as the buildings. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Quintana. The next speaker is Leonard Pacheco, excuse me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You can use my nickname if you'd like. I think what we see here is a work in progress. I'm a little amused by the characterization of the building as Mediterranean abstracted. I'd call it eclectic more than anything. So really does it reflect the town character? But besides that, the reason I'd like to talk is that I read the report from the consulting architect, Larry Cannon, lengthy and quite good, and I agree with what he says. Until you see the recommendations on the final plans, you're being asked to approve something based on conversation. That's very dangerous to do. Granted, there will be some changes during the course of the construction handled by change orders, but the basic design that you're looking at tonight will go forward unless you see Larry Cannon's recommendations implemented on a set of plans. Hard fact. This is a prime location. It's our gateway. I'm a little disappointed that the viewscapes from the 17 overpass and where you go on to 85 have not been incorporated into any of the documents. And from those vantage points, you'll be able to see this project. Most likely, it'll be a big in-your-face thing. So in review, see what you're being asked to do. Don't rely on conversational recommendations, but see it in print. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. And the third speaker is Richard Erst.
Thank you, Commissioners. We all know that this is fait accompli, and It's just an exercise, and I understand that. But for the first time, you have taken concern about the traffic issue. And I have stood before you twice, before the council, and asked about their concerns about the traffic. It's curious, when this project was approved by the council, that little intersection up there, that elbow as it's referred to, was not discussed at all. I don't know how to solve the problem, because this is a problem. There's about 40 car lengths from 85 to the entrance to Courtside, where this new light is planned. It's about another 20 yards from the stoplight to the stoplight at Wimbledon. There's about another 20 yards from the stoplight of Wimbledon to Lark. Now there's going to be a stoplight at University. This is a stoplight mess. I don't know how to solve it. Now, the traffic people will tell you this is not a big deal because it's going to be synced. Yeah. Everything looks good on paper as, I'll go that in a minute. Everything's good on paper, but what actually happens is two different things. Commissioner O'Donnell is absolutely correct. That is going to be a logjam. There's no question about it. The people park along that street, along Winchester, that go to Courtside, on both sides. And this thing is going to be an absolute hideous mess. And who's going to suffer from it? Me and my neighbors. We're going to try and get in and out of our subdivision. Well, it looks good on paper, and what really happens? The visual of the trees is supposed to, the landscape is supposed to hide the building. The building's 85 feet tall. The tallest tree there is probably 40 feet, probably. And when you ask the question of the arborist, well, how big are those trees going to be? A 36-inch box is what they respond. You have to dig it out of them. Why do you have to dig it? They won't give you specific answers unless you dig it out of them. A 36 by 36 box, the tree is going to be that tall. My lifetime, the tree won't get to 40 feet. Probably, I don't mean any disrespect to anybody here, but probably not in your lifetime will the trees get to 40 feet to hide that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. And again, this is your last chance to speak on this item. So before, it doesn't look like it. So Mr. Schenk, you and your team have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much. I would like to just recap again that the plans, the 810 plan set, the plan set that you have in the packet, in my estimation, reflects about 80% of the comments from Mr. Cannon's office. What you've seen and what we've continued to work on in further meetings with Mr. Cannon, et cetera, are just further iterations of the things like the color of the trellis on the top floor, where will the trash enclosure move to if it's moved near the entry, the enhanced pavement line, if you will, at the front, et cetera. And we consider those things, again, as our architect mentioned, we're happy to go his way. We're still studying, where's that best solution. And we'll continue to do that. Obviously, if there are things that you think we need to address, we'd love to hear it. The traffic analysis is being, not the original analysis, the CEQA type analysis, but the on-site circulation analysis is being analyzed now by our engineers, the town's engineers, et cetera. Frankly, I believe we have the most to lose. If that doesn't work, my site doesn't work, the buildings don't work, my tenant's not happy. We need to make sure it functions and it works and people can flow in and out of that site as efficiently as possible. Just in case there's anybody forgets, that it needs to work for us primarily. And if it works for us on site, it's going to work in the roadway. And I think that's it. My architect also just brought in a sample of the roof tiles, which are real clay. Again, it's the same mix as are on the existing buildings, but we have one here to the degree it's interesting for you to take a look at. Thank you very much.
Any questions? I do have one. Oh, Commissioner Bourgeois, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if they do have materials they brought in, would they mind just putting them on the table here so we could see them a little better?
And Mr. Schenk, in terms of your construction management plan, do you plan to have that intersection light before you begin construction?
No, ma'am.
How's
No.
the sequencing of
No,
this?
I would say it gets constructed during construction.
Okay, and then...
So the Albright, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say the existing Albright Way remains open. The southern existing entrance remains open. The new intersection would be constructed while the rest of the construction's happening. During this construction period of time, there are 5 buildings that we're going to demolish. And so in a way, the site's traffic generation goes down substantially during construction, obviously. And then, once it's done, the intersection is done as well.
Okay. And I can't remember the details of the ordinance that the council approved on the 15th, but was there discussion on the public outreach you plan to do in providing details of when the heavy load of the demo trucks going back and forth on Winchester would be, so that your neighborhood, your surrounding neighborhood would know when to anticipate when the big trucks and when the largest impact of construction would be?
I hear what you're saying. I'm not recalling a specific, I know there's coordination with town staff, but maybe Joel knows.
Mr. Paulson?
So typically with projects of this nature, there's a pre-construction management meeting, and so that would be required, and one of the elements that is addressed in that is the notification to the surrounding neighbors regarding those types of impacts.
Great.
Thank you. And again, any last questions? Commissioner Smith?
Just have a question of staff. Going back to the traffic issue, if I could, the light on Albright Way, the light on Wimbledon would remain in addition to this traffic light? I don't know why, but I thought perhaps that wasn't going to happen.
It will remain.
And then the synchronization will be that the coming off of 85 or in front of Netflix, going on to 85, this new intersection, Albright Way, Lark, University, and then what about coming off of 17? Is all of that synchronized?
Commissioner Smith, this synchronization that you mentioned at Highway 17 interchange with Lark Avenue, those are Caltrans signals. They are synchronized separately from the signals which is operated and under the town of Los Gatos jurisdiction. We're going to be building a new traffic signal at Lark and University. There is the existing Lark and Winchester traffic signal. There is a traffic signal that you mentioned at Wimbledon and Winchester that will stay. Plus the new traffic signal is at the main entrance to the project. Those 4 will all be synchronized to work in conjunction with each other.
If I could just ask Mr. Rahani one other question. The traffic light at Knowles and Dell, does that belong to Campbell or does that belong to Los Gatos?
Los Gatos.
Would that be in the synchronization queue up?
No, that's on the other side of Highway 85, but that's not going to be part of it. That signal will be synchronized with the off ramp and on with the it would be the northbound 85 on ramp to from Winchester.
Well, I'm just thinking about the 17, the fact that many people take Winchester all the way down when 17 is backed up. I know that because I do it myself. And so if that traffic light is not synchronized with this entire project, with all of this traffic, I can see a problem beginning way back there. I'm just mentioning that to you.
Sure. I think we've mentioned at the previous meetings, as one of the town of Los Gatos project is going to be doing some modification to the traffic signal at Knowles and Winchester Avenue. That project we have accommodated some funding from various developments, so there'll be some modification at that intersection. Your point is well taken. We are constantly in the monitoring phases of the whole traffic corridor through Winchester.
And I'm sorry, I just have one last question. When the trains come, and I know there's a trip system for those traffic lights, but if everything is synchronized, I have some vision of myself being down on Lark, coming up but being stopped because the train has stopped with the synchronization of other traffic that perhaps has no connection. And I'm sure you're telling me the technology can accommodate all of that.
Correct. Basically, the railroad that is next to the project site right now, from base we have gathered through Union Pacific, they run that railroad, they run the train twice a day. And when the train comes, the arms from the railroad cross arms will come down. Those are going to be synchronized with our traffic signals. So, yeah, that's going to be a part of the overall configuration and fine-tuning of Winchester corridor, which, as we have said repeatedly at the previous meetings, this is certainly of utmost importance to the town. And we've been working with the applicant through various measures that they are proposed to do and the measures that we have asked them to do to make sure that Winchester will operate as best as possible.
So the egg and the chicken. So are you starting your work before they begin their work, or they're going to begin their work and then you're going to tackle the Winchester Knolls synchronization?
Winchester Knolls is going to be done later. Winchester Knolls will be one of our future years' capital improvement projects as it goes through its own process through the town council budget process. Probably 2012, 2013 would be the earliest that project will take place.
But the synchronization of these traffic lights is taking...
It will be all of those synchronization will be taking place concurrent with this project.
Concurrent. That was my question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might make one statement. Again, as usual, we had a lot of statement about the traffic. The new traffic signal, which is going to be built across from Courtside, as we see on that exhibit and on sheet C2, if you're coming northbound on Winchester and you come to the newly proposed traffic signal, there is going to be a dedicated right turn. So you're not basically blocking the through traffic on northbound Winchester. Again, there's a lot of work is going on, and this is a work in progress. All the details, we're working with the applicants, civil designers, ongoing to prepare their final construction drawing. But there will be a dedicated right turn, so you can pull off from the main Winchester northbound direction, coming into the project site. So again, we're still, as I said, working with the internal configuration of the site. Certainly, Commissioner O'Donnell's point is well taken. We will make sure that this is not going to impact Winchester traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Rouhani. Commissioners, any other questions of Mr. Schenk? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schenk. You may sit down. And I am closing the public hearing portion of this project. And Commissioners, I turn to you now for further questions of staff and comments that you'd like to share. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'd like to make a comment in the sense that we've heard about 3 people, I guess, speak that there was not an applicant. And this project is not, as those of you who attend these things and pay attention to these things know, this is definitely not your run-of-the-mill project. You may recall that this commission had its own thoughts on this project. The council, on the other hand, had its own thoughts, and they're really the boss. They get elected, that's their job. They obviously think this is a very important project, and they also think this is a project which is entitled to all deliberate speed. I personally have made my comments often and on more than one occasion. At some point, you listen, however, to the council, so long as what they're doing appears to you to be proper, and I believe what the council is doing is proper. They have limited our abilities this evening more than they otherwise would, I think, on a normal project. Were you to look at the staff report, which is available, and which I mentioned earlier, and if you looked at page 3 and saw what it is we're supposed to cover, and the chair has already pointed out to you, that's really 3 things. So some of the things, the reason I'm saying this is I don't want you to think that we're ignoring some of your comments. But it is true that we cannot consider all of your comments because that is not the role left to us. If you assume, as we do, that the people who made the decision, that is the council, that is a done deal, as you said, then we say, but what's left for us? So tonight we have tried to raise whatever questions we thought were left to us. But I think I know I have, and I think my fellow commissioners have been very respectful of the fact that the people who get elected made a decision, and we are trying to implement that decision in a constructive way. So to the extent that some people said that, I guess somebody said that people didn't come because it was a done deal. I can understand that feeling, but I'm just trying to let you know a little bit about how the system works, and the system is a good system. Any of you who have attended this hearing before realize that this commission was very free in its comments, heights of the buildings, all that kind of thing. We expressed our opinions, and some of those opinions were contrary to what the council did. But at some point, the people who make the decisions make the decisions. And once those decisions are made, we move on. So if people feel frustrated about that, I share that frustration sometimes, but I think we're doing the right thing. We've raised the issues. I'm comfortable with the fact that the architects have responded to our architect. I'm also comfortable that they're responding to the arborist. That being said, I'm not sure what else we can do. I've looked very carefully at their plans, their iterations of the plans. I'm much more comfortable with their plans of August 10th than I was with their plans of, I think it was July 26th. So for whatever it's worth, I think the people sitting here deserve an explanation of where the commission is coming from. And I don't speak for the commission, but as a commissioner, I wanted you to know where I'm coming from. So that having been said, I'm going to defer to my commissioners. At some point, we'll make a motion.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to thank Commissioner O'Donnell. That was very well put. And I agree, and I don't really see much grounds for us to find that this is not in compliance with the PD. What is giving me a little bit of pause is I don't like recommending something to council when I don't have a finished product in front of me. We had the applicant say the architecture is about 80%. What we're looking at in the plan is about 80% done. There's still these other things we're trying to work out. Well, you know, this is what I have to recommend to council. The traffic issues, the entryway, they're still trying to work out. Is that a roundabout? Is it a stop sign? There's still issues to me that seem unresolved. And on the one hand, I can't find that this is not in compliance with the PD, but I'm troubled by the fact that we're being asked to recommend something when we really don't have a finished product in front of us. So I just wanted to put that out there for commission consideration. I do have some very specific comments on the landscaping plan if and when that time comes. So.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for giving that caveat up front. As we've indicated throughout tonight's hearing, our purview tonight is very limited. And if you have been following this, you understand that. And you'll probably understand the frustration we're all feeling. But as to answer the question of what's the point, a decision has been made, and so we all take our role very seriously, and how do we better the decision? And that's where the devil is in the details, as they say. And because we are limited in the three areas of discussion items, the material, the landscaping, the entrance, I think you can tell that that's where we really try to focus on, well, how do we improve what's in front of us so that it could help at least alleviate or raise these issues to the council when they do make their decision. Again, the decision is theirs in this particular situation. Architecture and site is not our decision tonight. So that being said, if you also follow this, you'll see that personally as a commissioner, I am very uncomfortable reviewing and approving projects that are not complete. And I have whole confidence that it sounds like it's been a very collaborative process between the applicant and the architect, the applicant and the arborist. But what makes me very uncomfortable is really that decision of whether or not the intent and the conditions have been met resides with the town. Not because I don't trust their judgment, but because this has been such an important decision for the town as a whole. I feel that having the department make a decision without further public input is not the direction that I would approve. If it is going to be approved, it should happen at the council with the revised plans, with the consulting architect saying that all recommendations have been met. The consulting arborist would also have that, and the actual completed plans would be presented so that people who study this report have that opportunity. Those that were following this, whether they're not in the audience, obviously, they had the same packet we have, and so they have not had the chance to review the information that you've presented tonight. And again, as an issue of transparency, that's not a fair thing to do to the public that has been following this so closely. So, you know, there's been someone threw out a continuance. I don't necessarily believe a continuance would be helpful for anyone at this point, but I would find it very difficult to make a recommendation for approval on what is actually in front of us. Commissioner Telesfor.
Thank you. And to Commissioner O'Donnell, well said. Thank you. This has been an interesting project, and one for review that we've never had before. So, that I've been here a long time. But my first area of concern remains with the mass and scale as it relates to the architecture and the site provisions that we see in front of us, which really the changes and that I've seen so far there, not here, that I think I see and that I think I understand. As you can tell, I haven't been able to review it in detail because they're not in front of me, still brings a lot to question. And I know for those of you in the audience, I'm sure you're all wondering, are we going from small town to little city? And how does this comply with our general plan vision for land use, that we be careful with our design of new infill development to protect the character of Los Gatos? And I had to say that to respect the people that are interested, and I know that they are. I don't know. We're trying as hard as we can. But as you've heard, our purview is quite narrow. My second area of concern continues to remain with the traffic impact, and now the evolution or the evolving Winchester left and right turns and the ingress and egress. That still is a big question mark to me, and I don't think we fully have explored that or been able to assess it with what is in front of us. I'm concerned about the strict enforcement of the arborist recommendations and the replacement plan that I don't even know is in place. A 36-inch box is not going to replace a 40-foot redwood tree. I mean, I'm concerned about that, and trees die. It's a fragile, diminishing character of this project. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your efforts for maintaining it, but I'd like to see I want to see that plan. I want to see what you have in mind. I wanted to mention that the other thing, and I appreciated also the computer-generated images that you showed tonight up on the screen and also behind us that were also in our packet. However, the exhibits for me were incomplete because they didn't show the full visual impact of the structures that I needed to see, and that would be for information for that traveling public and the adjacent residents, and that would be on Winchester coming north, about a quarter mile up before the intersection. That's a big, Winchester's a big boulevard. And another is the views from Lark Avenue. That kind of information would be very important to go to town council. Anyway, I think that's probably the challenge here has been to make a reasonable decision about this aesthetic mitigation for impacts of 4 and 5 story building structures. But we've had to do it without the full evaluation tools that we usually rely on. Story poles, balloons, more computer-generated images, or a facsimile thereof. And so without those, it solves nothing for us. And in my case, reasonable judgment becomes a guess as to the resolution of the impacts. I wish we had more time. It doesn't appear that we do. I would love to, in normal procedure, we would send this back for continuation. I don't know that that'll be done tonight. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Telesphore. Any other comments? Commissioner O'Donnell?
It is interesting that the council essentially, I believe, said that we would consider on the 24th and they would consider on September 6th, which doesn't allow an awful lot of time for continuance. So, I don't think that is, I suppose one can do anything you want to, but again, the council has said you're going to hear it on the 24th and we're going to hear it on the 6th. That seems to limit our ability there. So I will say this, once the decision is made to do it, which I believe the council has made, then you get into the question of, well, wasn't it Shakespeare that said "'twere best done quickly"? And here we have a major company that does want to get going. Had it been up to us, it might have gone a different way. Who knows? But it didn't. It has made a decision. I don't want to have the worst of both worlds. I don't want to further complicate this procedure with no benefit from that complication. I believe that this will go before the council on September 6th. I happen to believe it will be approved on September 6th. I would like to serve a constructive and positive aspect to that when they make their decision. And it might be easy to say, no, we don't approve, or we want to continue. I don't think that would really help anything. So I would like to think that tonight we can pass along our thoughts, and I want to hear, for example, from Commissioner Bourgeois on his thoughts on the landscaping, which I'm sure they'll be helpful. And then I hope that our comments and anything that we add to this on a positive vein will be indeed helpful. To do otherwise, I think we'll just be holding our breath until somebody goes along with us. And that doesn't usually work. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Bushell, did you want to share some of the details of the landscaping plan?
I was wondering if he was going to just follow that up with a motion, but I'll go ahead and make some of my comments. This is phase one of a two-phase project. Phase two is directly adjacent to Las Gatas Creek. The Santa Clara Valley Water District has a list of plants that are prohibited adjacent to creeks and streams, and I'm assuming the plant palette you're going to select is for continuity. You're going to carry that through. I noticed several of those species on the list, so I would ask that you review that list and take those off. In particular, London plane tree is on the list, English ivy is on the list, vinca is on the list, I think Japanese privet, and I think the Boston ivy, but I'm not positive on those. But I think any invasive species that could potentially impact the riparian corridor should be removed from the list. I would also hope that when this goes before council that perhaps the native wildflower mix would be filled in. Again, we want to make sure that they really are native wildflowers and that we're not planting any other species that could potentially invade the riparian corridor. And there is a nod to several native species used, but I think in thinking about the transition of moving closer to the riparian corridor, that could actually be enhanced For example, it was just Rosa Spa, I mean, just a generic rose. There is a native rose. I think that could be used closer to the creek, as well as the native elderberry. So those are just a couple of suggestions that I think would add as we transition in the next phase closer to the riparian corridor. So those are my recommendations on the planting plan.
And actually, while we're looking at recommendations for overall, I understand that this is phase one, but, and I can't remember what the overall, the complete package, we don't know yet what would look like. But it would be nice if the meadow that you have there, I understand it's temporary, if more of that would be adjacent to the creek trail itself rather than adjacent to 85. It seems like it would be a double benefit, not only to the users of your campus, but to those utilizing the creek trail to have that beautified and softened, again, using native wildlife as well as drought-tolerant wildlife. So when you move forward to the complete package, that would be, I'd like to see careful attention paid along the creek trail to really make that, you know, we spent a lot of time talking about community benefit, so I'd like to see that as something that is really a benefit to those that use that trail. And I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell in how do we be constructive, and I think I listed out what I would like to see when this does comes to council. I would, instead of second guessing, I would like to see the arborist and the consulting architect with their final thoughts on the final project versus what is currently in flux. There are several tools that we use, and the consulting architect is one that we use heavily for these details. And so those are the things that I would like. And I would also like to see the final design actually be the one that is in the staff report so that the public is not surprised by what is ultimately approved. I want to have them able to see it on a Friday when staff sends it to council, have them the opportunity to review it, and should they choose to share their comments, they have that opportunity. Okay, Commissioner Smith, and then Commissioner Bourgeois. I didn't mean to interrupt you in case you had more.
You want to finish? Well, I, for one, am very excited by this project because I do believe that it is going to be our gateway. It's going to be ultimately a beautiful project. Having said that, however, I do think that things happen along the way in projects that are unintended or could not be foreseen, and this is one of the reasons why I am hesitant myself by a compliance with requests that I know verbally you've told me that the architect is not here to even appear before us, the town's architect to talk to us about the discussions with you. However, I do find that the applicant is in what I would call substantial compliance with what the town council asked them to do, and what we don't have is the finished project. And I strongly recommend two things. One is that any future renderings, photographs, show the true size of trees, because that is extremely important to the public. And I think looking at something that shows a tree line from the back looking out to Winchester with trees above the building that in fact will not be above the building is setting up a lot of problems that don't have to be. Let's just give it the way it really is, the way it really will look. The second thing is the traffic plan. It must be in a more substantial form. I mean, there has to be some questions answered. You know, can you do a U-turn or can't you off of that median? Or, you know, how would the right-hand turn happen? I just think those are questions that we wish we had answered tonight, but we don't. But the town council will want them answered, I'm certain. Thank you.
Thank you. And it sounds like we've all shared our thoughts. Would anyone like to venture towards a motion? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Chair Sayoc. I would go ahead and move that the Planning Commission, forward a recommendation of approval of the architecture and site application subject to the proposed conditions of approval. I can make the following findings: that no significant environmental impacts were identified as a result of the project. that it's consistent with the PD ordinance as outlined in Exhibit 2. It's consistent with Section 2910-09030E of the Town Code for demolition of commercial buildings. It's consistent with the common design guidelines for the commercial design guidelines. It's in substantial compliance with the guidelines and standards for land use near streams. I think this is going to become more particular importance when we look at Phase 2, that issue, and that is consistent with the considerations for approval of an architecture and site application. I would also like to include in the motion that what goes before, this motion is predicated on the assumption that what goes before council will be a set of plans that address all of the consulting architect's issues with the possible exception of the floating wall facade, and that these traffic issues, you've heard our concerns, hopefully they will be addressed through a traffic study and a final design of that intersection. I would like to add as recommendations, not necessarily part of my motion, but just recommendations of things that I think would assist the council, and that would be to install balloons or some sort of visual demarcation of the height of the buildings. And I do like the idea that was proposed of having some sort of vista from 17 or 85, some sort of computer simulation from that vantage point as well, since a lot of people will be seeing the property from that aspect. So, and I would like to include the comments and recommendations I made on the landscaping plan as part of my motion. So.
Yes,
I
Commissioner
have a
O'Donnell.
clarification of the motion. The only part I have a question about is, are you conditioning the approval on the completion of the traffic study by September 6th?
What I want them to bring to council is a design that is final. That's all I'm asking. So whether or not the traffic study, I'm not sure what level of completion the traffic study needs to be for them to submit a final design. I mean, there seems to be some question whether or not there's going to be a roundabout or a stop sign. So, and that's what I'm asking for.
Could we have staff clarification as to whether that's possible?
That's something that we're going to be working with the applicant over the next few days until the council meeting. So that'll be an ongoing process with them. I believe, yes.
You understand the motion. I'm asking you, is it likely that you can comply with the terms of the motion? That is to say that you will have substantially complete drawings for the traffic. In other words, what we've got now is somebody's sketched it on a wrapper. We need the drawings, and we need, you were telling us there's going to be a right-hand turn lane. Are you going to know enough before September 6th, because that's the motion, to do this? If you aren't, tell us now.
No, yes, certainly we will. That's
Okay, good. Then I'll second the motion.
Okay, and I'd like some clarification also. In your motion, you're assuming that the outstanding issues between arborist and architect have been resolved.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And Commissioner Telesfor, you have a question?
Yeah, to the maker of the motion, would you also, when you were talking about the computer-generated images, would you also expand that to Lark Avenue and coming?
Yeah, that's not technically part of the motion. That's just a recommendation. So feel free to make your own recommendations.
Okay. That would be my recommendation. I can't talk, but that would be my recommendation. And did I say it yet? And also that really the replacement of perimeter trees be given extreme careful evaluation of how we're going to do that, with either putting something in front of something that ever dies or behind it. And I'm just concerned that we're going to end up with some trees dead, and we'll have a nice, that visual barrier we're supposed to have won't be there. Okay.
Okay, any other questions or clarifications necessary?
I do have a question on the materials, because part of the approval tonight is of materials, but we don't, I think we're missing materials. Is that correct?
You can make a recommendation on the materials that were submitted in the packet if you don't happen to like plaster, which is the only material, and obviously the windows and aluminum siding. If you want to make recommendations along those lines for the council to carefully consider those, or if you have another choice or recommendation, that recommendation would be forwarded to the council.
And in terms of the question of the pavers, that's just part of this overall substantial compliance, yet to be determined discussion between the town architect and the applicant.
Correct.
I'm just trying to be clear in my mind.
Sure, correct. And based on that, obviously, the council is going to get verbatim minutes of this evening's meeting, so they will have the opportunity to review everything that's been said, and I'm sure they'll take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question. Again, it's a recommendation for approval made by Commissioner Bourgeois, seconded by Commissioner O'Donnell. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, could you raise your hand also? I just want to make sure. Okay, and those opposed say nay. Nay. So the motion passes 3-2 with Commissioners Tallis Ford, Syok dissenting, Erickson absent, and Commissioner Johnson recused. Okay. And then, Ms. Bailey, could you remind everyone, so this is going on September 6th as Town Council?
That's correct, and the matter will be re-advertised and re-noticed.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It is, what time is it? It's 9:13. We need to move some staff around, and then we will move to Agenda Item 3. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, we are now reconvening. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I understand it's late, but we are now starting item number 3, which is located at 930 University Avenue. We have a conditional use permit U-11-008, architecture and site application S-11-039, and mitigated negative declaration ND-11-006. Tonight, we have a whole team before us, but Mr. Capurso, why don't you start us off and then go ahead and introduce those that'll be speaking.
That's great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. As you referenced, the project at 930 University, also known as the Los Gatos Creekside Sports Park. I know some of you on the Commission may have some familiarity with this project, as it is part of the town's 2011-12 capital budget, and you may have seen that at some point in the past when, as you reviewed that before we finalize that. Also, as you referenced, I'd like to introduce the entire project team because some of you may or may not know all of us involved, and the same holds true for those of you in the audience. So I'm Todd Capurso, Director of Parks and Public Works, and seated on my right is Christy Walter, our Parks and Facilities Superintendent. We also have Kevin Rohani, the Town Engineer, who you heard speak during the last item as well, right behind me. And next to him is Fletcher Parsons, our project engineer as well. Also have had support from the Community Development Department, from Joel Paulson and the Director Wendy Rooney. And our environmental team from Geyer and Geyer is here tonight. That would be Valerie Geyer and Fritz Geyer as well. Also looking around, I did earlier note that we had 2 Parks Commissioners here, but I believe they have left. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Christy to start the presentation off, and then I will wrap it up, and we will take questions and provide clarification at that point.
Thank you, Todd. I'd like to begin with a brief historical background for the project. In 2008, the town sold 13 acres of land in Vasona Park to the county for a total of $6 million. The proceeds of this sale were put into a reserve fund to be used for a community and youth sports facility. In 2009, the town purchased the site at 930 University for $3 million after an extensive search through town existing fields within the town borders as well as other potential sites. The site is 2.79 acres, and it was the former site of a Verizon Corporation yard. In 2010, the council adopted a set of guiding principles to help establish parameters for the development of the site, and this began our master planning process. The guiding principles were used throughout the development and evaluation process for this master plan. They consist of the following: that the site should address the unmet and active recreation needs of the town, that the site development should encourage low maintenance features and minimal environmental impacts, that artificial turf should be used if feasible, large-scale stadium lighting would not be included in the project, all existing buildings would be demolished, and new buildings put on the site would be modest in size. Safe, convenient access should be provided to the park. Shared parking will be explored as a way to maximize the recreational space on the site. Music and entertainment would not be allowed at the site, and that the town would look for cooperative investments for both the site development as well as adjacent access. The last principle was that the ongoing operation of the facility be covered by user fees, and that we would explore the option of a third party managing the facility. The following is our proposed timeline. The process began back in November of 2010, and pending the conclusion of the environmental review process and the approvals, we would hope to begin construction late this year or early next year. Our community input process started with a series of 3 public meetings. The first meeting was focused around gathering ideas for potential uses of the park, as well as hearing any concerns that the community might have about the use of the site. 70 people attended that meeting, and ideas included a multi-use sports field, basketball, tennis, a track, and skateboarding. The amenities that had the highest level of support at that meeting were a multi-use field, creek trail access, and a snack shack. We then moved to meeting number 2, where we presented first concepts and did a hands-on planning activity with the participants to allow them to have input on the site layout. More than half of the attendees at that particular meeting chose a layout that had the largest possible multi-use sports field. At meeting number 3, we had over 150 attendees present. We reviewed 2 main concepts at that meeting, and we evaluated those concepts against the guiding principles. We took an informal poll at the conclusion of that meeting, and the large majority of the participants again favored the site with the largest multi-use sports field. In addition to our community stakeholders, we also worked with other agency partners during the master planning process. We put together a technical advisory committee that consisted of staff, members of the Los Gatos Montsereno Police Department, our Santa Clara Valley Water District, Santa Clara County Parks, and we used the feedback from those stakeholder groups in finalizing our proposed master plan. We then took the proposed master plan to the Parks Commission in April of this year, and the Parks Commission did vote 6-2 in favor of the proposed master plan. I'd like to now highlight the main features of our preferred concept plan. The first and most obvious is our multi-use sports field, which is the highlight of the site. It is 180 by 300 feet with an additional 10 feet of runout space around the perimeter of the field. Although it indicates on the slide that it is a U12 field by soccer regulations, we have indications from multiple sports groups that this field could be used for their particular activities. And we've also noted that the soccer designation could be for ages greater than 12. We have a parking lot on site with 41 spaces. Our proposed project is estimated to generate a peak parking demand of 39 vehicles during weekday PM period and 59 during the weekend peak. We have been pursuing a shared parking agreement with the building adjacent to the park, and have a MOU with the building owner for at least an additional 25 spaces. I would also like to note that for weekend overflow, the parking study did note an additional 20 on-street parking spaces. We have incorporated a passenger drop-off zone for the park as well. That drop-off zone has been designed to be wide enough to accommodate both passengers being dropped off as well as emergency vehicle access throughout the parking lot and the drop-off zone. We have a 10-foot path that leads from the parking lot over to a snack shack facility on the far end of the field. That facility also will include a restroom. And we have incorporated a small boulder play area within the picnic area in that same corner of the field. The last thing that I would like to point out is at midfield we have a small area designated for spectators. That area has been oriented away from the adjacent neighborhood to minimize the impacts. That is also the point of the proposed Creek Trail pedestrian bridge connection. And I'd like to move to the next slide to show you what that bridge may look like. This is a side view of the proposed pedestrian bridge, which would connect the park to the existing Los Gatos Creek Trail. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Todd Capurso, who will provide more information on the selection of the pedestrian bridge location as well as the environmental process.
Okay, thank you, Christy. So the bridge being proposed for inclusion in this project is one that has become the standard for creek trail crossings throughout the county and even the state. However, the potential inclusion of this pedestrian bridge has become an issue of concern for many residents of the adjacent neighborhood. Before addressing those issues of concern specifically, it may be valuable for the Commission to understand how this location was identified and ultimately included in the recommended site plan. So why is the bridge even being proposed? Where did the idea come from? And how did staff settle on this recommended location? Well, there were a number of factors that led to the consideration of the Creek Trail connection. Our first order of direction came from the council in the form of the guiding principles. And while it didn't call necessarily for a specific bridge to be built at any specific location, it did call for safe access to the site, which when you look at the development of the proposals, really meant for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles. The idea of the guiding principles was first proposed by a council subcommittee and then unanimously adopted by the council as a whole. Secondly, we have the Santa Clara County-wide Trails Master Plan. The master plans for all trails in the county recommend connections to open space, parks, and recreational facilities when feasible. And in fact, the Los Gatos Creek Trail Master Plan, adopted back in 1974, contains that very same language as well, that is more specific to the development along this creek corridor. The concept was introduced at the initial community meeting, as Christy mentioned, back in November, and was the second most of the desired features, the first being the sports field, based on a poll of those in attendance at that meeting. So at that point, it was no longer prominently discussed in subsequent community meetings because we felt at that point that because it was viewed as a high priority item and it would require a significant amount of technical review, that actually that was one of the primary reasons that we put together the Technical Advisory Committee. And began to work with our partner agencies, most notably those from the Santa Clara Valley Water District and Santa Clara County Parks, on how we could make a bridge work for this facility, what their requirements would be, and other things that we needed to watch out for, most notably the riparian corridor impacts to that, as well as the flood levels. Going into the evaluation process, staff worked extensively with the partner agencies to evaluate several potential locations for a creek crossing. We began with the feasibility study that was first conducted back in 2003 that evaluated two alignments, one being across the top of Vasona Dam and one was a location just to the north of the spillway. Both of these alignments have significant constraints that, whether they're structural, environmental, or financial, associated with them that would make them complex and difficult, but not impossible to construct. Having discussed these alignments in depth, and particularly with the Water District, we invited staff from multiple agencies to evaluate the site with us and assist us in identifying an alignment that would be acceptable to all agencies, particularly the Water District, who is the underlying property owner for the creek corridor. The end result of these discussions was the identification of a third potential alignment even further to the north, which is the one furthest to the right on the slide and hits about midpoint. That's where it aligns with the preferred concept plan that you saw earlier. In this depiction of the three alignments, one could see how alignments 1 and 2, which are those furthest to the left and closest to the dam, would serve not only the sports park, but could also provide an informal connection to University Avenue as well. Alignment 3, which is further to the right, has a shorter span and lesser environmental impacts when compared to alignments 1 and 2, and meets all of the environmental and flood requirements as per the Water District. This alignment also is more specific to the sports park and safe and provides safe access that could be better managed by town staff. Based on the conclusion of the community meeting process in February and with the concurrence of our partner agencies, staff moved forward with the environmental review and began the physical work associated with a more in-depth feasibility analysis of several elements of the park, including the bridge. This work resulted in concerns being raised by several residents of the adjacent neighborhood. The concerns included increased vehicle and parking impacts, increased trail usage, privacy concerns, after-hours activity, and visual impacts. Since these concerns were initially raised, there has been a fair amount of communication between staff and residents of the neighborhood, which eventually led to a neighborhood-wide meeting that was conducted back on July 13th at the JCC on Oka Road. These concerns have been addressed in the MND document with corresponding mitigation measures as appropriate. Including the bridge, retaining and completing the bridge in this analysis preserves any future bridge options for this project, even if it's not included in the master plan or constructed at this time. If we would have prematurely eliminated it from consideration, it could have jeopardized any future considerations, even for the alternate alignment. So we felt at that point we had gone far enough in the process. We wanted to include it, address the concerns, and we take whatever action we take, but it's got to be studied and the impacts evaluated. As an alternative in this project, the project could move forward without the Creek Trail connection. If that were the case, staff would recommend the construction of a sidewalk along University on the east side, north to Lark Avenue, so essentially connecting the sports park entrance up to Lark Avenue. This alternative would provide safe pedestrian access, as is part of the guiding principles, but does not fully address the bicycle access concerns that we were asked to look at. That ultimately brings us to the recommendations, which in summary form, we're asking you to approve the conditional use permit as well as the ANS application and adopt the MND and the mitigation monitoring and reporting consistent with the recommendations outlined on page 10 of the staff report and the findings in Exhibit 2. So this concludes our report. Christy and I, as well as the rest of the team, are happy to take questions and provide clarification as you desire. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your presentation. Commissioners, just quick show of hand, who has been onto the site? I know that there were keys provided. And are there any disclosures that need to be made? Okay. So after that disclosure, any questions of Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Bourgeois?
If you could go back to your drawing of the bridge possibilities A, B, and C, would you run us through, for example, I know for years people have talked about the possibility of having a connection across one. What was it that precludes that?
There's nothing that makes that impossible, but keep in mind that the two end points of the air road section are earth-filled dams at that point. And so the concern expressed by the engineering staff at the Water District was that we would need to provide borings and a support structure for the bridge by boring into that fill dam. And they didn't eliminate that as a possibility, as a it's possible.
They have
but
borings all along the first part of that.
Yes, they do. But that was, it's essentially their dam. Those were their concerns. And the other part that complicates that slightly is that even though the dam is owned and managed by the Water District, it is subject to regulation by the State Board of Water Resources. And they did not express a great deal of confidence that such a project could be approved. They didn't outright negate it and say it could never happen, but they certainly expressed that it would be it would take a significant amount of engineering, probably make the project a little more costly, or maybe significantly more costly. We really don't know. But even with all that work, should we go that far, it would, at some point, it wouldn't be solely their decision. So that, that's what we found in the 2003 study, that when we went back and looked at the alignments, that there clearly was a desire on the part of the town that actually commissioned the study to look for this quote-unquote loop that could be created around the lake. And granted, there would be other issues associated with that, most notably the width of University Avenue for a certain span, but this would go a long way toward initiating that. But in terms of cost, environmental impacts, they also expressed a fair amount of security concerns, basically stating that in light of September 11th, that some of the security concerns that they would have to address were higher than they might have been originally considered.
I believe they said that. Make any sense.
And then following that vein of thought, could you discuss number 2 and the pros and I guess the cons against that?
Yes, the pros and cons of Alignment 2. What we heard from the Water District, and site visits would probably back this up as well. Alignment 2 appears to be slightly more feasible because we would be off the top of the dam. The issue with number 2 is that there's probably a more significant impact to the riparian corridor than any other alignment shown there in terms of trees that would need to be removed. We would be just at the base of that concrete spillway that I'm sure most of you have some familiarity with. But what makes number 2 relatively unattractive compared to others is the span, and our early indications show that we may not be able to do that with a free span crossing. And so to propose an abutment in the middle of the waterway, again, goes to multiple agency approval. It doesn't stop with the Water District. It then brings in the Water Resources Board. So there's no level of assurance that you could or couldn't get that until you've gone so far that you've expended a certain amount of energy and funds. But our indication
address the neighbors' problems either way.
That's the other issue. Is it as you can see in Alignment 2, just like Alignment 3, the crossing would be behind another private residence.
Any other questions? Commissioner Telesfor and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. This is to Christie. At the Parks Commission, when they voted on this, you said that the vote was 6-2, and I wanted to know that you had 2 dissenting votes. Can you enlighten us as to what the dissent was or what the issue was?
Sure. The majority of the dissent for the particular layout had to do with a desire to have a smaller multi-use sports field in order to incorporate another feature on the site, primarily a skate park.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Bourgeois, your turn.
That's all right. Actually, they've asked some of the questions I had on my list. I would like to kind of take a step back and, similar to the last hearing, evaluate exactly what our jurisdiction is here, because I want to make sure I'm clear on what we're looking at. For example, the use that you just discussed, a large soccer field versus a smaller one plus a skate park, that's not on the table tonight, correct?
That's correct. The proposed master plan includes the large field only.
And so that decision's been made we need to move forward.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make that comment for our benefit, but also for people that may come before us and speak. That needs to be clear that that's.
Mr. Capurso, do you have further clarification?
Yes, if I could add to that, I wouldn't say that the decision's been made. I mean, that the layout of a park and which elements go into it or don't go into it typically is under the purview of a Parks Commission, but not exclusively. So the Parks Commission has seen the preferred layout, and they have made a recommendation that it go to council for approval. Council has not made the approval yet. So what our strategy was, if I could even go back a few more slides, just so I can go back to the process that we're all clear on this, is that although we have updated council on our progress with regard to this facility, the only action that we have taken as a organization is that the Parks Commission has made a recommendation to move this forward to council. We were not going to take we were not going to request the final approval of council until we get whatever approval that we get from the Planning Commission with regard to the CUP and the MND, and then we take the whole package forward. So there's been no approval yet.
If I could just a tweak of that. When you say the park layout, does that include the parking associated with the park? Is it the entire design that we have before us?
Yes. It includes the parking. It includes the layout. The Parks Commission saw a preliminary design back in April. I think it was April 5th. And at that time, the pedestrian crossing, the Creek Trail crossing, was more of a floating designation. We had talked about alignments 1, 2, and 3. When the Parks Commission took action on the recommendation, they did not specifically recommend option or alignment 3. What they recommended is that we proceed and continue to do our work with our partner agencies on finding a feasible alignment across the creek. So that's their actual recommendation.
Commissioner Smith.
I have several questions, but I'll just focus on this pedestrian bridge. When I visited the site, if you could go back to the bridge alignment photo, because I think it can really demonstrate what I'm talking about. That's fine.
This one, or would you like the different alignments to show?
Yes, I'd like to see the bridges, because that was a... Okay. As a matter of fact, it shows up in the aerial. I noticed that many people came down and made a path that wasn't. And I don't know if you noticed that from the top of the water spill. I hear some. So what is going to prevent people, let's say we do number 3, what's going to prevent people from still doing that?
Well, if the intent is to make that shortcut basically as this dotted line shows, or I think in some cases it's even slightly more severe than that.
Yeah, it's almost in the middle of that, the top.
Our sports park, we're not proposing any access on this end. So this will be a fenced-in facility. So the people, the hikers, presumably, that are doing this already to gain a closer look at the creek, that really doesn't go away. And that's really not part of our project, because in essence, at this portion here is all in Water District property. And we are not proposing any access to the sports park on this side, which would be the south side. So our access would come from the vehicle access road, which comes down here from University into the parking lot. And if we were to go with alignment 3, those would be the only 2 ways in and out of the facility. In the event that we did end up with a recommendation for alignment 1 or 2, then we would address that. But without a bridge going in there, there's really no reason for us to provide access down on that end, and we would probably and we're recommending against that.
Then if I could follow up, I know that I saw I think off of Mozart Way, so this is not this property, but I saw a big gate that was closed at certain times. Would would the pedestrian bridge, no matter 1, 2, or 3, would that be closed off? Are you proposing, I don't see it on the plans, that's why I'm asking, some way so that when the park closes, access to that bridge is closed off on both sides?
In the environmental document, it talks about one of the mitigating measures, which actually was one of our staff recommendations. For alignment 3, which is what we have come forward with, we would control the access on the bridge, and it would align to the hours of the sports park. That would be that's a plus and a minus, depending on how you look at it, because this bridge, as I mentioned earlier, is more specific to the sports park. If you construct an alignments 1 or 2, which would be less specific to the park and provide other means of access, I'm not sure that we could do that, because what we then create is a more informal access to University that presents alternate access to the top of the dam, to Vasona Park, to access down into the creek corridor, and we didn't actually fully vet that, but my answer, thinking about that now, is that because it doesn't specifically serve the sports park, we probably would not regulate access across an alignment 1 or 2, because it's less of a sports park element and more of a creek trail element at that point, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jensen, you haven't asked any questions yet.
I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Bourgeois' questions about the scope of our discretion here. And maybe I'm confused, or maybe you misspoke, I don't know, but you talked about the town council, and our staff report says the final action is with the planning commission. Does this go to town council, or is the final action with the planning commission?
Yes, the final action for the planning commission. Yes and yes. The action for the planning commission is approve the CUP and the mitigated neg deck. That would not go to council, but Parks Commission cannot adopt a parks quote unquote master plan. Only the council can. So we're coming to you basically to make sure that we have all the components to operate the site in alignment. What goes to council would not be an approval of anything that you do tonight with what you're being asked to do. You would be the final approval of conditional use permit and to accept the MND and the mitigation monitoring program. But to adopt the master plan, and then which would allow us then to go into the construction phase and develop plans and specs and bid the project, that approval is with council.
Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Bourgeois.
Then if I could just move on with a couple of other questions I have then. Do we have something to put up where you can see where the public storage place is? It's okay if you don't. I mean, I have it embedded in my brain, so.
We don't have anything specifically. This is probably our best shot at that. So if you can follow the dotted lines around the site, that's the sports park, and then immediately to the right of that, where Christie is making a rhombus with the laser.
That's okay.
That's where the storage facility is.
Right, I know the facility well. So one of the questions I had as I read through the what we want to do in terms of, obviously I'm into ingress and egress again. So as I walked that property, I realized cars coming in, the way the storage unit is built, there is this enormous wall as you almost go around a curve. And then I understood that people could park on University and probably in the Atari parking lot on weekends. And then I envisioned these little kids running over that bank and right down into that driveway, which they would. So what are your plans from a safety point of view?
As far as the ingress and egress goes, and I'll go back to trying to identify approximately what that ingress and egress road is. The driveway is approximately here and curves down around right along the edge, and then inside of that is where the storage facility sits. So kind of hard to do that from 100 feet away. But along the ingress and egress road, there would be a sidewalk with a curb and gutter constructed along what I'll call the outer the outer radius, which actually is the part that will line up closer to the Atari/Cryptic parking lot, and we will provide access directly from that parking lot to the sidewalk. And the sidewalk will be on the outside curve, as I said, so whether it's parents, children, whoever that wants to get from that parking lot onto the sidewalk, they do not have to cross the entrance road, so to speak. There's also going to be some measure of what we'll call on-street parking on that ingress and egress road as well. It's a curved road. It will be signed for a typical park speed limit is 15 miles an hour. That's what we do at Oak Meadow. That's what's signed at Vasone as well. That's pretty typical. What I don't recall, and I may have to turn around and ask either Kevin or Fletch, is if there's going to be any other elements that would keep speed reduced, like speed humps or narrowing the road. Is that part of the plans with the storage facility?
And then I just have a follow-up question while they're looking that up. The parking for the storage unit, however, is as you come around the corner, and we're talking about weekends, and most people who use those places for storage would access them on weekends. So you still have children in a parking lot that's being used that's not a sports facility.
There is going to be, the storage facility will have its own parking that is directly adjacent to the structures that they're building, opposite the sidewalk, so to speak. So if you could picture that as you drive in from University, the road goes slightly downhill and curves to the right. So on the left side of that will be the sidewalk that leads you either from University Avenue or picks you up as you exit the Cryptic lot and then takes you down around the edge closest to the creek corridor. The parking that's specific to 950 University, which is the storage facility, is opposite that. It's actually
closer to the building, is
right
what
up
you're
against
saying.
Exactly right.
So then the cars back into the area where the children are on the sidewalk.
No, not because that roadway is actually wide enough to have two separate designated lanes. So in that regard, it's no different than a person who's doing a three-point turn on the opposite side of the street of a sidewalk. There's actually going to be quite a bit of room on the width of that. I think that road is at least 20 feet wide. 25, I'm hearing behind me, so that's a fairly significant width. I'm sorry, so going back to the question that you asked before.
Mr. Rahane, are you going to speak to me?
Yes, Commissioner. To the question of the roadway or the driveway, if you will, you mentioned the retaining wall that's coming off of University. As Todd mentioned, the roadway will come up. Actually, this is as a part of both our project and the self-storage. So the roadway that you see, or the driveway basically, that's going to serve both the sports park and the extra space, that will be raised as it comes towards University Avenue. So the retaining walls, everything will come up. So basically, we will be very close at the same elevation, coming around the curve, coming toward University at the Atari parking lot. So let's say on the weekends where we are using that parking lot for our customers and clients, they will not be coming on a steep embankment. It will be at the same level.
And then is there a way to put any kind of flashing lights, or we were talking about speed bumps, mitigate how fast people are coming down or coming up? I know it's a good idea to say that the children are going to use the sidewalk, but it is not practical for their level of adrenaline flying through there.
Certainly, putting a speed hump or some kind of a measure coming down the driveway is a possibility, and we could work on that. That's a good point that we can take into account. But the roadway itself will be much smoother, and the roadway, let's say that
I see today, because I see the massive wall there, the blind spot.
In about a month, all of that will be fully improved. That's all actually being built by the Extra Space as a part of their project, because they're going to be ahead of our schedule.
All right.
So if I could add just real quickly that this is the rendering
there we go.
that we just put up there, so you could see the proposed alignment of the finished access road with the sidewalk on the outer edge as we go down. These are the spaces designated for the storage facility, and then this is where the connection would be that we will propose to make with the 980 University parking lot.
I wonder if I just throw this out, I don't know about the cost of it, but some kind of a railing to herd those little kids, keep them on the sidewalk, let me put it that way, to keep them on the sidewalk, because that's, with people moving their U-Haul trucks, little trucks in and out, and all the kids, I am concerned about that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have a number of questions, but I'll keep it to a couple right now. First of all, I just want to be clear that I understood what I saw when I did my site visit. There's a hole that's been, a section of fence that's been removed and some vegetation that's been cleared. I'm assuming that is the bridge location. And I went to the other side of the trail, and there's the sign, and again, cleared vegetation. Those are the two abutment points of the bridge, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, that location is different from what you're showing on that map, because that location is actually past the edge of the existing building. So I'm just confused. I'm confused by that number 3 alignment you guys have up
That's
there.
correct. That particular alignment was put together before we actually determined the final location of the bridge, and that location, again, was determined based on a number of trees that would need to be disturbed in order to make the connection.
Okay. I just want to make sure in the field I was looking at the right spot. Okay. That being said, could you comment on the necessity of the pedestrian bridge? I mean, how essential is this to the project? For example, if there is no pedestrian bridge, does that in any way affect the traffic analysis or the parking analysis? Are we dependent upon that bridge to get a certain number of bodies in and out of the site?
We made no assumptions for traffic on the bridge that were factored into the traffic or parking analysis. So everything that we've done for traffic and parking requirements assumes that everybody's driving or parking at 930, 950, or 980 University. So any other means to any of the park users that would use the bridge would presumably subtract from that. So we made the analysis in such a way, so assuming the worst case, if you will, that everybody drives. So it would not impact any of our analysis to this point.
Great, thank you. So the park could stand alone without the bridge, and it wouldn't change any of the environmental impacts that were done in the CEQA document?
It would not.
Okay. That being said, I have a question. I didn't quite see in the plans, existing boundary right now between the creek corridor and the site is a chain link fence with barbed wire. What is that border going to look like moving forward? Is there going to be a fence? I have a couple of concerns. One is it's a riparian corridor. It'd be nice to have some sort of softened edge, not a barbed wire fence, like a split rail fence that would allow wildlife movement, so that area could function more as a riparian buffer. But at the same time, we don't want soccer balls going in there 200 times on the weekends. So I'm just wondering what that boundary is going to look like.
At this point, it will not be what it is now. So it will not be that small mesh, I think it's 1-inch chain link out there with barbed wire on top of it. That is not appropriate for a sports park that serves the youth of the community. But at the same time, we have some security measures that we need to meet. This will be a facility that requires a certain amount of regulation, because it will be a field that gets used either by reservation or through a users group arrangement. And one concern would be that if the fencing on that riparian corridor edge is not sufficient to keep unauthorized users out, people will find alternate entrances in. So our proposal at this point would be to stay with a chain link fence, not the 1-inch thing that you see out there now, which is rather abrupt. And we would try to soften as much as you can soften chain link, which would probably be to go to 3-inch and do vinyl coated that's in an appropriate color. And we do have the issue, as you mentioned, of errant soccer balls and whatnot. That's less of an issue on the riparian side, to be quite honest, than it is on the dam side and the parking lot side, because essentially this field would play north to south, and we have included elements that would address that. But this is a facility that we believe needs to be able to be secured.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would ask that you consider small mammal movement at the bottom half of that fence when you're designing that. One other question and then one kind of big picture consideration. I noticed those 3 sycamores right when you drive in. Obviously, we're at one point part of the riparian corridor. They've been paved around. I noticed at one point in the drawings, they say they're going to save those and they're going to be part of that parking island. But when I look at like sheet L3, for example, and I see the canopy and what I think are the stems of the tree, they look like they're in the middle of asphalt. So I want clarification that those sycamores are going to be saved or are not going to be saved.
I'm going to turn around and see if I can get Fletch to answer that. Or actually, Kevin's telling me something different. So let me turn this over to Kevin.
Commissioner Bourgeois, we, as a part of the site development, we looked and worked very closely trying to save those trees. As you see right now, that site was set up for a parking lot for Verizon. For us to configure the site to accommodate certainly the sports field and also a parking lot that would function for the purpose of dropping off and picking up kids, it would just make it very difficult, next to impossible, to work a parking lot and save those trees. So those would be removed. However, we have a pretty extensive landscape plan and tree planting that our landscape architect has incorporated into the project. We will be replanting that entire parking lot and area.
I would add on to that was the intent, was to save the trees. I just conferred with Christy, who reminds me that in our earlier drawings, I think we had attempted to save at least 2 of those, but when we had to cross-evaluate that with emergency vehicle access and the widths of the access roads in the parking lot, it just became, as Kevin said, it became impossible at some point to do that. Not impossible, but impossible to do that and meet other needs like emergency vehicle access and the required width that we need to get for parking lot circulation, particularly for the emergency vehicles, the extra wide lanes that we need through the facility.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm a little disappointed. I think that note should be removed from sheet L1 because it's very confusing. The first thing you see on the plans is that those trees are going to be saved and incorporated into the landscaping. So I think that correction needs to be made abundantly clear. I also think that perhaps those trees should be treated a little differently than just a normal tree replacement. I know of cases where Fish and Game, where there's obvious sycamore remnant riparian disjunct, but only by a very small amount. They've considered that part of their jurisdiction. So I think should tread lightly on those trees and perhaps look into that issue. Which brings me to my larger issue, and this is just more of a comment. I'm a little concerned about how the town in general is applying the guidelines for land use near streams, and particularly with reference to riparian buffer issues. And I raised this point in the Riviera Terrace application, and I'm going to raise it again here. When this body voted to adopt those guidelines, I asked the question that this new process that's in place, these new guidelines and standards, are not going to take the place of our town's assessment of what is necessary to protect the riparian corridors in town. Our general plan is very clear on the importance of the creeks in this town. And I've talked to the Water District about this too, and it's their interpretation as well. Just because we're in compliance with the guidelines and standards for land use near streams does not supersede the need to biologically assess the appropriateness of a riparian buffer. And they've made a comment to that extent on the initial study, and I appreciated the response. It was a good response, but still, when I went back and read the Wood biological report, he's silent on what an appropriate setback buffer could be. I understand in this case, we're removing impervious surface, we're increasing the native landscaping. It's going to be a net improvement on this project, but I still think the fact that the issue, in my opinion, wasn't addressed properly, and the fact that, and again, this is a fairness issue because we've had other cases like Ross Creek and Monroe Court where we have said, this is your setback buffer based on the quality of the creek in this area, and if you have to encroach into that setback, you need to mitigate for it. So that's just a concern. I think this is a net improvement given the site constraints, but I am just concerned about how the town in general is addressing those issues. So that's just a comment.
Commissioner Telesfor, did you have some comments?
I do. Our questions, actually. And it's in regard to the parking lot again, et cetera. One thing, Commissioner Smith brought up, and she did it before I could get there, but what I'm concerned about are kids. We're assuming that kids are going to walk on that sidewalk, but a lot of them will be riding their bikes or skateboards or whatever. So how are we going to make sure that they're not using the road? Or I guess they could use the road, but, you know, is that a concern? Have you thought about that? I'm a little concerned, and I'm thinking that the idea of also putting some kind of a low barrier by the sidewalk is a good idea, too. So, and then I have another question.
Well, that's certainly a concern, how we get pedestrians, especially our younger park users and the bicyclists, into the facility. What this drawing doesn't really show you, but the sidewalk actually lines right up into the pathway that runs throughout the park. And at some point, if they're going to the park, that's where we hope to direct them. The road essentially leads you into the parking lot, and yes, you could move over. Essentially, we're to some extent, you know, whether this is right or wrong, we're treating this the same way that we would treat a public road. So we put a sidewalk in around a park, and the expectation is that kids use the sidewalk and they ride their bikes and they walk and they appropriately follow that. And for the most part, they do. We're even trying to improve some of the sidewalks around our park because we find that when we provide those amenities, people use them. You're right, though, that this is a little bit of a special facility because people are going to show up to this kind of wound up, ready to play. And if I parked over at 980 University, I'm coming down that hill as fast as I can to get to that field as fast as I can. So we may have to take some additional measures that we haven't considered or proposed yet that keeps them on the sidewalk, essentially. So if we need to do that, we will.
It says off the bike, walk your bike.
Right.
I mean, it could be that. Okay, just so long that you're aware of it and you'll address that. So I'll tell you what, as an educator, I see parking lots every day. And I see parents driving in and dropping off and picking up. And believe me, sometimes they can be a total nightmare, serious nightmare. So can you walk me through your parking lot if I'm coming in to drop somebody off? Because I see right now an issue that I'd like to have addressed, and that is the drop-off issue. And you have two arrows that indicate lanes, but actually, I'm thinking that you might need to, you know, really kind of scoop out an area for drop-off. It doesn't appear like that on the plan, but I've seen how that works, and it's scary.
We have we've done a couple of things to make the flow of traffic through that parking lot as optimal as possible. I think the first is obviously the width between the parking slots and using the diagonal entrance to help facilitate that. It's very difficult on this concept plan to really get a scale for how much space there is in between the stalls, but there's a significant, again, I don't recall the exact width, maybe Fletch can help me, but we designed this with the thought of getting a fire truck through this parking lot. So it's difficult to see on this concept design, but we definitely have taken that into consideration.
That's good to know.
And that's true, again, on the drop-off section as well. It's difficult to see with the overhang of the tree canopy, but there's a significant amount of space around the parked cars in the drop-off zone.
But what I might suggest is actually making a designated area that's carved, that indicates, that's, how do I put it? That indicates that this is where you drop off. I know at schools, that's what we've done.
That is our intent.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay, because I can't tell from this.
I think it's, again, this is a high-level concept overview. It's in color, so it's nice, but you do lose some of the designations that you would see.
The other thing I might add is to stripe, you haven't done it, but I would probably stripe that area as well, so that, one car knows it can go forward while the other one, and is your intent also to have a stop sign there?
No, the intent would not be to have a stop sign because we've got a one-way traffic flow throughout this parking lot. So as you, and I understand that this is hard to appreciate up on the screen, but parking, when you enter the entrance road, you have to make a right turn and essentially go up and around. And so we're actually going to put some arrow type designation down in this area that so if you at a drop off or not, the only thing you need to worry about is whether a car, because this is actually wide enough for two passenger cars to pass through at the same time, because we're meeting our requirement for the larger emergency vehicles. So in order to retain that, this is actually approximately 20 feet wide. So the only merging that you would have to do isn't necessarily to stop and see what's going on. It's to make sure that you're merging in line with any traffic coming down the same aisle, headed the same direction that you would be in the drop-off zone.
I know what these parking lots are like. And what about just what I'm thinking about is, I don't even know if you need to do this, but a crosswalk perhaps down at this end that would lead you to the sidewalk. So it would rather direct people here in this lower level instead of having to walk all the way through the parking lot.
So
To
what you're
connect to the
suggesting,
sidewalk.
I'm trying to see what
I
you're
know,
doing so I can show it on the screen. Go ahead, I'm watching you. Why don't you show me one
Okay.
more time?
Well, I was thinking that if we had some kind of a crosswalk at this lower end of the parking lot, the end that's closest to University,
Yes.
if we had some kind of a crosswalk that would lead people perhaps through this little island that you have, and it would connect them to the sidewalk that's closest to University, they might use that instead of walking down the parking lot center. Do you see
Right.
what I'm saying?
That's true. I don't know that we're proposing a solid median in here at all. So the access will be there, but I think what you're suggesting is to have it dedicated and marked so you can cross from here directly into here.
Right. I'm just trying to prevent kids from walking behind cars and all of that. Just thought.
Right. Okay. We'll see what we can do with that. Thank you.
Mr. Rahani, did you want to answer that?
I just want to add up on what Todd mentioned, Commissioner Telesford. By the same token that you said in terms of keeping kids walk on the sidewalks, I mean, certainly having a crosswalk anywhere in that parking lot is a doable proposition, but if we come back to the same point of if it's not exactly close to where a vehicle is parked, they, generally people find the easiest path of resistance and they walk throughout the parking lot.
Well-
That may become a problematic in terms of enforcement.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be free choice, but at least what I'm thinking is the visual of it might, train and lead people to that direction. Just a thought.
Sure. Also, one more thing regarding the drop-off area on your sheet L1 at the bottom of the sheet. I know that exhibit is right where Todd has pointed arrow. If you look at the bottom of your sheet L1, you will see the two arrows, and this is the drop-off area and the through traffic, so we don't create a bottleneck with cars making turns through the traffic.
Commissioner Smith.
And then I just have one question that I didn't ask before, and that is, if we do the pedestrian bridge, we're inviting, we would like to say in a higher moment that it allows kids who ride their bikes to get to the sports park or spectators. But with the snack shack and the restrooms, aren't we really providing a concession stand and restrooms for trail riders? And I don't know how that works with the use fees.
I would have to say that I don't know that we would be doing that any more so than we're doing that at Balzer Field now. Now there's an alignment there where you have the creek trail directly adjacent. It's not even across a pedestrian bridge, and that's a snack shack that operates in alignment with Little League Baseball. And our experience in working with the Little League is probably 95 to 99% of their sales is associated with their game, because if we enter into that kind of operating agreement like we have with the Little League, it would be one of our user groups that operates this, and it would be operated only when the facility is programmed. So if the facility has no uses on it that day, I don't see that the concession stand would be open.
But how about the restrooms?
But the restrooms would very likely be accessible, and that is that's an issue that we haven't completely addressed, because just because we have this facility and it may be open, that doesn't mean the restrooms would need to be open all of the daylight hours. There are other park restrooms within a reasonable proximity, particularly to the south in Vasona Park, and then as you proceed past that at Balzer Field. So I think we would have to entertain in our operating model whether or not we'd be able to essentially afford that to open the facility. I'm not sure that we would be able to have the restrooms open, say, during regular neighborhood park hours. This facility, even though we've contemplated hours of operation in the facility, that is kind of based on the assumption that that's when there would be use. So if you had hypothetically a Saturday in whatever time of year you want to pick, and there was no programmed use there, I'm not certain at this point that we would provide access to the facility at that point.
Right, because I wouldn't want it to become a magnet for use at odd times, put it that way. Thank you.
Commissioner Jensen.
To the extent that we want to encourage kids or adults or whoever to ride their bikes here, looking at the parking lot and everything else, where do you contemplate that the bikes are going to be? There's no designated bike spots, there's no bike racks, there's no, where are they going to put their bikes?
We have not identified specific places, but we have, I think, some options along the paved areas where we could place bike racks, and I know we've actually started to discuss what some of those could look like. So we don't have a designated location, but we have many options along the what looks like a concrete paved area for bike racks to be placed. Certainly if we went away from the pedestrian bridge and looked at bicycle access exclusively via University Avenue, we would probably need to rethink the placement of those bike racks.
Okay, commissioners, I think that it looks like if we've exhausted our questions of staff, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Just a reminder that as I call you up, you will have 3 minutes to speak. When you get to the podium, if you could just state your name and your address so that we have that on record. Okay. The first speaker is Jeff Benjamin.
Hi, my name is Jeff Benjamin. I live at 235 El Cajon Way, which is in the neighborhood right behind the proposed bridge. And I'm strongly in favor of the sports park and the bridge. I coach youth sports and think it's a great thing to have access on the trail, and just wanted to speak my approval of the project.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Benjamin, I actually do have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned you coach. Some of the comments that we've received is that how realistic is it for either the parents or the kids to ride their bikes, utilize the bridge when they have equipment to bring with them?
It's a great question. I can only speak to myself and what I see, but in addition to my 9-year-old son, I have a 4.5-year-old and a 3.5-year-old, and I oftentimes, along with my wife, will get my son to the game, which is usually a little bit early, and then we will run with our kids in a stroller and or them riding their bikes to the game. Currently that happens at Fisher, Blossom Hill, Van Meter. So the idea of this complex being much more near and not having to cross busy roads is extremely attractive to us. The idea of the equipment, my son, oftentimes right now, the 9-year-old, we will have him have his equipment on his back or we'll carry it in the stroller and he'll ride his bike. up to Fisher, Van Meter, and Blossom Hill.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Brownell. Brownell?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Mike Brownell. I live at 248 El Cajon Way in Los Gatos, and thanks for letting me speak tonight. I'd like to build on some points we're going to introduce later, but many neighbors have voiced their concerns about impacts of adding the bridge, the pedestrian bridge. We already tolerate ongoing impacts of trailside living and those of Vasona Park overflow and proximity. All trailside residents put up with talking, yelling, bike calls, group runs, victory whoops, dog fights, even the sounds from radios and scooters, all intermittent but present 24 hours a day. Noise is loudest and accidents are most frequent where the trail is crowded or congested. Places like these are curves, intersections, or bridges on the trail. The trail and the creek give the criminal element secluded access to trailside homes. It gives vagrants a secluded place to sleep, and it gives late-night partiers a perfect highway for getting to and from the dam. For Las Moradas residences in the bridge area, a 160-foot bridge would rise above and end directly behind their backyards and provide a long, unobstructed tunnel through which park noise can pass into our neighborhood. And for all residents of our neighborhood, our curbs are regularly filled with visitors to the trail, and Vasona making it unavailable for our own needs or visitors to our houses. Cars looking for parking or easements to the trail cruise our neighborhood streets where kids are playing on a regular basis. But rather than talking about most of these issues or taking them into account, the initial study for this project dismisses many of them outright, thus avoiding the need to mitigate them for the bridge's contribution to cumulative impacts. I understand the town has about $650,000 earmarked for the bridge construction. This number is variable. That's the latest number I understand. I also understand this money could be used for anything in the project. Given many more affordable alternatives that would serve more people, and an existing bridge over Los Gatos Creek, just downstream of the Lark Bridge, it's not clear to me why the town is so insistent that we build another bridge over Los Gatos Creek. It just doesn't make sense. The sports park will be a great addition to the community, but the bridge takes away from my neighborhood's safety and security much more than it gives back, and is, in my view, a waste of money. I add my voice to the collective no, do not approve this project as designed, and request the Commission ask to the town to rechannel the bridge budget toward a sports park design that's a win-win for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Elaine Outler.
Good evening, Elaine Outler, and I live at the east end of the proposed bridge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Also, I want to thank most of my neighbors who are here who have waited hours just to listen to this hearing, so thank you all. When I moved to Los Gatos 16 years ago, I would never have imagined that one day I'd be standing here defending quality of life to a town that's sought after for its quality of life, but here I am. Tonight, my messages and those of the neighbors for whom I speak are simple. We respectfully ask that you reject the sports park initial study and mitigated neg deck as incomplete on 3 fundamental grounds. First, that the project's bridge prioritizes the convenience of a very few over the ongoing quality of life of many nearby residents. Existing ongoing impacts from close proximity to the trail in Vasona are largely ignored by the town, yet this new bridge will only exacerbate them. The ensuing changes in the scenic character of the trail and nearby residences caused by a 160-foot bridge will be dramatic, yet the town offers no story poles or digital mock-ups or even photos to help us realize its impact.
Second, the project CEQA documents are insufficient. There remains a mix of discrepancies, conflicting facts, incomplete analysis, incomplete treatment of project alternatives, and use of non-compliant mitigations that together do not meet the overarching CEQA goals. The project must also be compliant with the town's general plan, adopted guidelines for land use near streams, and development codes, yet it conflicts with not just a few, but over 33 elements related to preserving riparian corridors, wildlife, quality of life in residential neighborhoods, streams, trails, safety, setbacks, scenic views, and more. Rather than accept the project documents as is, I respectfully submit that you direct the lead agency to revise the plans to place a higher priority on harmonizing with the surrounding neighborhood and environment, to follow the CEQA process more judiciously to ensure that decision makers such as yourselves have all the information you need to move forward with confidence and accountability, to remove features such as the bridge whose benefit to a few clearly does not merit the adverse impacts on the local community or use of the bridge's budget. And above all, to show developers that our town not only has strict development guidelines, but that we model them every day in the way we approach our own projects. With construction properly mitigated, the park can only benefit the health and well-being of all, but should never move forward in a way that compromises that of nearby residents in order to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you. The next speaker is Randy Chen.
Randy Chen, 118 Edelin Avenue. I'm on the Los Gatos United Soccer League board, so I have a vested interest in this. But our first and primary goal is to get this field built, and I'm just speaking as myself and not as the board, but you'll hear from the rest of us. If this pedestrian bridge is going to hold up building the field, then I'm willing to forgo that part for now so we can get the field built. We have 1,800 kids playing soccer. We rent fields from here to Oster, which is 85, and Camden. So our kids travel pretty far, and we need this field with or without that bridge. And just to address the age of the kids and them running down the field, the youngest kids that will play on this field will be 8. So it is a young age, but it won't be 3- and 4-year-olds running down the hill unless it's during the day at a rec department class or something like that. And as far as equipment, in soccer there's not a lot of equipment. It's a backpack with a ball. Mostly lacrosse would be a bigger issue of, kids carrying sticks and stuff on bikes, but it's pretty easy for kids to carry soccer equipment on a bike. And that's it. So I hope you'll approve it one way or the other and send it on its way, with or without the bridge. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Actually, Ms. Chen, I do have a question for you. By your rough estimates, how many of your players bike to games or practice? Is it more the norm, or is it more use of a car?
I would say it's probably use of a car. Go into the Fisher parking lot any afternoon and you will find out. There are some that bike, but right now the only fields in Los Gatos we can use are Dave's Fisher and Blossom Hill. Van Meter's closed, so all our other fields are in the Union School District, so most kids obviously don't bike to those.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you have one more question?
Yeah, I do have a question. Wanted to ask you, how many kids do you think in, I don't know, maybe a day or a week will be using this field?
From 3 to 7 every day. We have 2 slots for practices. 2 teams practice in each of those slots, so that's 4 practices of 15 to 20 kids in each slot.
Okay. Thank you, I can figure that out.
And on Saturdays,
That's all right, I know it's late.
on Saturdays, it's games, so two teams are using the whole field instead of, well, it's the same number.
Right, okay.
Basically. But-
It is.
But it's coming and going.
All right.
It's all day.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Patty Clark.
Good evening. My name is Patty Clark, and I'm at 104 Vasona Oaks. And we live about a half a mile from the proposed sports park, and my back door overlooks Vasona, and so I look right down on University Avenue. And over the last year, we have seen the increase of traffic on University Avenue. And so when we bought our house, it was very nice and quiet. Now it's become very noisy. We can't go out on the back deck while in commute hours. So by proposing having 50-plus cars come and go down University, which is a two-lane road, twice, 3 times a day, which is 100 cars, per practice or game, is definitely not appealing. We have a huge increase in the noise level as it is, and it would be a huge increase in noise level around the park. For the houses just above the field, you have children yelling, and that will travel. This park is for public convenience. I see it as an extreme inconvenience for the residents, for the homeowners, for the people who own land around that area. It's a huge inconvenience for the traffic on that 2-lane road of University. The traffic studies, we had a civil engineer look at the traffic study who's been doing traffic studies for 30-plus years in the Bay Area for Parks and Recreations and for the town of San Jose. And he said that it would be a considerable increase of the traffic on University, which right now University and Lark Avenue are functioning at an E level, which is below the lowest standard of traffic. D is the standard, lowest standard of acceptable traffic, and right now Lark and University and Winchester on that area are all functioning at an E level. Putting in synchronized lights is not going to take away the excess traffic from Albright and from this sports park and from the North 40, which is all merging in on the same time. Within a half a mile of each other, you're going to have huge amounts of traffic. We have one way in and one way out of our cul-de-sac, which is on University, which means we can't get home if there's a lot of traffic on University. I had a dinner party on Friday night, and I had people coming down University from Camden Avenue. It took 20 minutes from Camden to Lark Avenue for them to get to our dinner party. 20 minutes at 6:30 in the evening. I was driving home earlier this week, and on Lark Avenue, it was backed up from Los Gatos Boulevard to Winchester. So right now, it is a huge traffic concern and a huge noise concern. And why is it acceptable that they can remove 7 protected trees right on the pristine riparian area, right along the creek trail? I ride my bike on the creek trail every single day, have for the last 25 years. We've lived in Los Gatos for 25 years, and we can't go on the weekends because it's too crowded now. So we are very much opposed to this, and I hope that you will oppose the sports park and the bridge.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Any questions? Next speaker is Walt Duflock.
Evening. I'm Walt Duflock. I'm at 15351 Carl Avenue. Current president for Los Gatos United Soccer League that Randy was up here for. I just want to echo our comments. We've got 1,800 kids. Sorry. Up.
Thank you.
Thanks. We've got 1,800 soccer players that play soccer. The field will be a huge asset to them, so we thank you for all the work so far. We would ask that you approve the conditional use permit to move the field project forward. And again, as Randy mentioned, we would love it if the bridge were part of it and it would help kids get there from the trail. But if it's too controversial or doesn't make sense, we'd like the field to move forward without it, if that's required. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
The next speaker is John Gaylord.
Good evening, Commissioner. Thanks for having me here. My name is John Gaylor. I live at 115 Garden Hill Drive. I live in the neighborhood as well. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity for them to be able to utilize this field. I'm strongly in favor of the field. I'm also strongly in favor of installation of a bridge in some form or fashion. I think it's difficult to find a solution that makes everybody happy, but I think the town is doing what they can to mitigate some of the concerns of the neighborhood. I think the bridge is important, and I'm being a little selfish here, but I don't want to have my daughters or anybody I know have to ride their bikes on Lark to University. I think we're all aware of all the accidents that have happened on Lark in the recent history, and the developments that are going to be going on in the area are just going to make Lark and University worse. I think we've heard the concerns about traffic. So I think we need to do what we can to motivate people to use bicycle or pedestrian access to get to this park. That's why I think the bridge is a very important part of it. I think there are concerns that have been raised by the folks who back onto the trail. I think their concerns are valid. The trail is not new, though. It's been there. Probably it was there when they purchased their homes. I understand that additional use causes them concern. However, I don't think that should be something, some of that is an existing issue that this park really, it's a separate thing to deal with. So I'm in strong favor of the park and strong favor of the bridge to go with it.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. The next speaker is Nayana Jayasakara. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Okay. Next speaker, Michael Nevis.
Good evening. My name is Michael Nevis. I live at 280 Garden Hill Drive. I'm also the parent of a 10-year-old soccer player. And my property abuts Vasona Park. That's the back entrance near the dam. And while this plan has many flaws, I'm here to speak specifically against the bridge proposal. What we've heard tonight in the presentation is that the bridge is completely unnecessary. What is not being considered in any of the impact reports is the increased traffic and parking to Garden Hill Drive. So the parking lot here, as many of you alluded to, presents congestion issues, and human nature suggests that Garden Hill Drive will become a convenient way to drop off your kids so that they can simply walk down the trail and cross the bridge to the park. The town, in the 12 years that I've lived there, has already demonstrated an unwillingness to enforce the existing no parking zones there and enforce any kind of speed regulations. So the cars that move down Garden Hill Drive and take that S turn towards the park at 50 miles an hour, there's no speed enforcement there. And the people who continuously block our driveways at the end of that street and park in those existing no parking zones, there's no enforcement there either. So again, against all three proposals for the bridge sites, thanks very much.
Actually, Mr. Nevis, I have a question. When you say the no parking zones, I'm trying to visualize, are you talking about the portion that abuts to what I guess is the YSI? There's a road that leads into Vasona.
That's right. So
has a closed gate. Is that the area you're
that
referring
is.
to?
So if you picture that road from Las Osas south, there's 3 homes on an island there. And at the beginning at the north side of my driveway is a red painted curb, then followed by no parking at any time signage, all the way to the end of the street. And then across the street, there's a fire hydrant with a red painted curb indicating no parking. And as you can imagine, with all the events that happen in Vasona Park, and even just regular weekend use, those no parking zones are ignored. And in 2005, I sent photograph after photograph to the town, I forget the guy's name, with cars parked in those no parking zones, asking for enforcement. And it was a result of sending in those photographs that they came out and painted the curb in front of my house red. And I think some of the comments made in the presentation completely ignore the capacity of Vasona Park. In other words, when you asked about snack shack usage or restroom usage, and he compared this facility to Bolzer Park, completely ignores the human capacity that takes place on any given Saturday or Sunday in Vasona Park. It's just simply not the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Neves.
Okay.
Next speaker is Maria Risto. Edward San Juan.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Planning Commissioners. Thank you for having us this evening. I am the bad guy. I am the Director of Operations for Los Gatos United Soccer League, and I started this search for a field in 2004, and the reason being is the sport is growing out of control. It's very popular. It's very easy to play. We serve both genders equally. We never turn anyone away, regardless of strength, fitness, anything. You could have I've had handicapped kids playing. We don't turn anyone away. You don't have to be the best, the fastest, the tallest. Los Gatos United Soccer League will take your kids and give them an opportunity to play with a team on a field for about, let's see, is it 38 weekends a year, 60 games a weekend, and we have 100 recreation teams, 30 competitive teams, for a total of about 2,200 members annually, 300 parents annually. All the parents are background investigated. We do EBIs, and we take care of our kids. Safety is a huge concern, especially the sidewalk safety, dropping off. To answer your question, most of our kids are dropped off and picked up by their parents because they're in fear of the kids being kidnapped. And the other part is we do not allow any kids left on fields, and so we wait for parents to pick up their kids and find them. Some kids do ride their bikes. On the average, it's less than 3%. It's mostly kids that are living within proximity to playing fields within our area. We also serve the kids up into the mountains, the Santa Cruz Mountains, all those schools up there. We only provide the fields down here, though, for them because it's flat land. Everything up there is not flat. So we have a league. We need this field badly. I understand the concerns of the bridge. We discussed at our last board meeting. It would be a nicety. It'd be a great thing if it was used as much as 50%, 25%. But if it gets in the way of this project moving forward, I say we forego the bridge and go with whatever you feel is appropriate for the community. I am always a community person, number one, and I'm here to serve the community. As far as the parking, we can issue permits, and we can do programming patterns. I'm the one who coordinates all of this with our email system through Randy. We network with all of our coaches and all of our parents.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Commissioner Smith.
I have a question for you specifically about artificial turf. Is that the trend now, or is this something you endorse?
Artificial turf is actually preferred because it's so hardy. Requires no watering. It does require some maintenance. It's a machine that's much like fluffing a pillow. There are some that have gotten some bad press because they put out, I believe, carcinogens, and they also outgas. But there are types that are bio-natural that have no footprint. I think the ones we saw were a brand called Italia Green that was made of coconut husks.
Could I ask you, are there any other soccer fields in Los Gatos that have artificial turf?
Lee High School.
Lee High School. And are there any recorded injuries because of artificial turf?
No more so than grass.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
And our last speaker tonight is Linda Thomas. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers. And so this is a bit unusual since the town is also the applicant. I will let you guys respond to some of the comments you guys heard, and then we'll open it up to the commissioners for further questions.
Well, certainly appreciate that. Thank you. We've got a number of common themes here that I think all warrant some level of response. I don't know that I could respond to every single thing that was brought up, because there are some. I think one of the speakers mentioned that the trail use is high already, and for us trying to mitigate that as part of this project is almost undoable, just because of the popularity of the trail and the fact that the trail is really only operated by the town in certain areas. It hopscotches from county jurisdiction to town, back to county, and ultimately to Campbell. So the trail usage is difficult to manage. What we would try to manage under a bridge construction would be to provide adequate parking all on the west side of the creek, so that anybody that wants to park or drop off has that opportunity, whether it be in the parking lot in 980 University or even along the street. I think you heard mentioned by a few folks. The intent of the trail would obviously be to provide pedestrian and bicycle access, not anything more. And in order to do so, that requires a certain management obligation on our part to control access. We would have to regulate a system of gates on either end, but particularly on the east side. That being said, you've also heard from some of the user groups that are most likely to be our number one user of the facility, that having that bridge is not critical to the success of this facility. I think you heard one speaker call it a nice to have. It is a nice to have. It's not a must have. It would provide all of the types of safe, convenient access that we are looking for in the development of this facility, but it's not the only way to do it. We think, in fact, we are very confident that we've got the vehicle access covered by the parking lot we'd be providing, by the access road, and by our working agreement with the property owner at 980 University. If we don't construct a bridge, we believe that we can provide pedestrian access by the construction of a sidewalk from the driveway entrance north to Lark Avenue. What causes us a little bit of concern is the bicycle issue, because I think you also heard one of the speakers talk about that if we were going to encourage bicycling to this facility, it would have to be done along Lark Avenue and University. And University is not of sufficient width to ever, and it's not designated in the town's general plan either, as a bike lane route. We can sign it as a bike route, which is essentially a share the road advisory as we have in some of our other areas, but we could not provide a dedicated bike lane along University. Probably as a greater concern, aside from University, is the Lark Avenue Bridge over Los Gatos Creek. That bridge is sufficiently wide to provide 2 lanes of traffic in each direction, but the existing bridge has some relatively narrow sidewalks on it. And so to encourage bicycle use that would encourage our bicycling users to pop up to grade level, so to speak, and then use the sidewalks along that, that's an area that concerns us a little bit, but perhaps it's not something that can't be mitigated, because it may be an issue that isn't real. Because we've heard that Ed San Juan, I believe, said that probably no more than 3% of the users ride their bike. So perhaps vehicle access and pedestrian access is fine. But but again, if we stop short of that, we're not providing access in a town where we spend a lot of our time and energy working with our local schools, in particular with the same age group, to provide opportunities for these children to bike and walk to school. We've got a number of Safe Routes to School project that I'm sure some of you are aware in the town, and that's actually kind of championed by our local school districts. Encourage your kids to walk and bike to school, and as a town, we are very successful at that. And so I think to not provide that same opportunity is not consistent with the work we're doing with our elementary school age kids. Just a comment on the University and Lark intersection. I think you heard mention that's an E level. That is true in the PM commute. Our traffic analysis shows that if and when the signal goes in, and it will go in this fiscal year, brings that intersection up to a B level. Now, granted, there will be the additional impacts associated with the Albright project that you've all heard separately, but the installation of that traffic signal greatly decreases the queuing up time at that intersection. Other things that I'd like to talk about, we do understand that there is a parking issue and perhaps a speeding issue. I heard one speaker reference that as well along Garden Hill at what would be the north entrance to Vasona Park. We have other existing programs that we think we need to deal with that issue. Whether we build a bridge, whether we build sports fields, whether we build nothing, we have the town has a traffic calming program, and we're happy to work with that neighborhood. But there are certain criteria that are defined by council that have to be met, and so what we would ask is that the folks who are most impacted by those issues get your neighbors together. We need a petition from the affected homes so that we can then go out and activate the traffic calming criteria, which then allows us to do the traffic speeds, the traffic speed survey, and track the volume of cars on the street. And if we need to make changes relative to the speed limit or other things that could influence the volumes on that street, we have existing measures and practices that allow us to do that. It's a little bit different when we talk about parking, because parking can be solved through parking cannot be solved just through signage. There is an enforcement component that has to back that up. So at this point, I don't have a good response for that. I mean, we do need to involve our own police department and find out what the problem is, what they're seeing, and what can be enforced. Aside from that, I did hear a reference to perhaps how the town could spend or better spend its money. The funding that's associated with this project comes by and large from the land sale at Vasona Park, and the proceeds of that sale were placed in a trust fund by the council that could only be used on a recreational sports facility. There is no requirement that some of that money has to be used for any particular element, whether it be a sports field or a pedestrian bridge. It just has to be used in the construction of the facility. Our intent would be that if we were to build an element like a pedestrian bridge, that because for all the other things that I mentioned early on in the presentation, it is deemed as a favorable component by Santa Clara County, by the Santa Clara Valley Water Districts. They both enact grant programs for that purpose. We would hope for at least partial funding, and by partial, at least half, that could be brought in from external forces. We're not anticipating that it would have to be $650,000 of town funding. In fact, $650,000 was a number that was associated with Alignment 2. Alignment 3, which is the one that's actually in the study, is probably in the $400,000 to $450,000 range. No small chunk of change, to be sure, but it is something that we would hope to be able to get a matching grant and cut that number in half. So again, there's a lot of dynamics associated with the funding that go from how you construct your your operating agreements to how you can involve other external agencies and pursue every grant funding opportunity. And to be quite honest, we haven't pursued them all because at a certain level, if you don't have environmental clearance and the approval of a council-adopted master plan, you're not going to get any traction in some of these processes. So basically what we're here is to see what is approved, what isn't, and then we will do our best to apply for alternate funding sources, whether it's for the bridge, whether it's for a parking lot, or whether it's for a sports field. We will take every opportunity that we can.
Thank you, Mr. Capurso. Okay, Commissioners, were there any questions based on the testimony that we heard that you'd like to ask of staff? Commissioner Telesfor and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for that complete report. I appreciated that. So the bridge, when you were thinking about all of this, the bridge idea came in. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit on that? And would it ever be possible, or did you think about just constructing the park without the bridge? Could the bridge be constructed later if you found that you needed that extra access?
The bridge could be constructed later, yes. It's not critical to the, we use the term, it's not mission critical to the operation of this facility. So yeah, it could be constructed at a later date. But as I mentioned earlier, if we would have removed it from the environmental review, I think we would have been at risk to propose that at a later date, to be quite honest about that. So, it does alarm people, and perhaps rightfully so, to find that we're doing borings 10 feet behind their back fence. But this is not an adopted plan. This is nothing that we have plans and specs for. This is essentially a big feasibility study to find out what really would work and what wouldn't work. And so now we know where the bridge could work. We know where perhaps it wouldn't work. But if we were to remove that analysis from the consideration of the sports park, that's kind of going around the whole CEQA process, which we understand and appreciate and don't want to do that. So it's not. There's no expectation that it has to be, but again, it was brought up early in the process by council, not specifically build a bridge here, but the whole safe, convenient access. It is consistent with other agencies' trails master plan, and so we take our input from our own community. We take our input from the other agencies that we work with, and even during the initial community meeting, which had a certain number of people from this neighborhood, not everybody, obviously, or we would have heard some of this input earlier in the process, but we did have participation from this neighborhood in our early meetings, and we floated the concept, and it, again, was deemed as a pretty popular concept, something that we should pursue.
To controlling the bridge access, et cetera, was I under the impression that when the park wasn't in use, the bridge would be locked, but from which end? I'm assuming, obviously, from, to get into the park, that gate would be locked or whatever you would put there. But what about on the other side, during non-park usage hours?
The original idea was that if we were to construct a bridge that solely, or I should say specifically, served the sports park, that it would need to have controlled access, because this would be a controlled access facility. So I would tell you that at that point we hadn't thought that through. We just knew there would be access. Upon hearing the concerns of the neighborhood, the access, that leads you to believe that the access would have to be on the east side of the creek, and that's what is in the MND as a mitigation measure. That because of some of the concerns that because the bridge becomes something that you don't know is closed until you would have to go all the way across it for the other solution, it would become all the more important to have that closure on the same side as the creek trail.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Mr. Capurso. I'd like to turn back to traffic for a second. When you were talking about the Lark University Avenue improvements, you said that would change, I think our staff report says it's level of service F. I don't know if there's a difference between E and F, but you said that it would improve it. Did you say to a D or a B?
I said B, as in
B.
boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a significant improvement. I do have a follow-up question. When we're talking about a threshold of significance, and maybe this might be for your CEQA consultant, for traffic at that intersection, we're already at an unacceptable level. We're already below, I believe, level D is our threshold of significance in the town. We're already at an unacceptable level, and we do make it, even though it's very small, we do make it incrementally worse. So from a CEQA perspective, is that a significant impact? Is that not a significant impact? We're already past our threshold, and yet we're making it, even though it's a little bit, we're making it worse. So how do we deal with that?
The traffic analysis was done fairly early in the process, and again, this is not obviously your typical project where a private developer comes in and pays traffic mitigation fees, because we're the collector of the traffic mitigation fees, and so knowing that this project has that incremental impact on that intersection, but also knowing what the current and other potential proposals are that would impact that intersection, we made the determination early on that we would improve that intersection. And that funding is actually coming through traffic mitigation fees paid to the town through other development. So it's kind of a tough question to answer to what's the best way to sequence that. So the intersection project moves forward before the sports park is developed. Because I mentioned earlier, that is a project that's actually been under consideration and designed for quite some time, and we will actually be, I think we're out with plans and specs for that either right now or imminently. So it moves ahead of the sports park project, but I know our attorney would like to add to that as well.
So if you recall, community members from Charter Oaks addressed both the Planning Commission and the council quite some time ago, and there's been traffic studies in that area and analysis of traffic specifically related to the concerns of the Charter Oaks neighborhood. And because in response to that, as well as just the town assessing their traffic impacts and related to the general plan, council's already approved a project for the installation of a traffic signal at University and Lark. And that's happening separate and apart, and no matter what happens with the sports park project, that's going in. That's already, funds have been identified and encumbered for that project, whether or not the sports park goes in. So when you look at that, and CEQA looks at a baseline, one of the analysis that you do is both existing, but one of the things that you can look at in as your baseline for traffic is if you've got a fully funded project that's already designed and has a start date, end date, things like that, that's certainly something that you can take into consideration as you do the CEQA analysis.
I guess, but it seems like that level of service B is not mentioned, and we're just talking about a level of service F in the document that is getting incrementally worse. So we have to make a finding that we can certify this environmental document, and I'm hearing something very different than what I had thought coming in.
Yes, we're going to have Valerie Geyer come up and address that for us. Thanks, Valerie.
Sure. If you refer to page 66, table 8, we have the level of service F.
Ms. Geyer, do you mind pulling the microphone closer?
We have the level of service F indicated, and then we have for the existing intersection configuration, and then we have the level of service B indicated with the plan signal, and then we show the existing conditions, the background, existing plus approved, existing plus approved plus project condition, and then the cumulative condition, all without and then with the signal.
Thank you for pointing that table. I didn't understand that when I saw that the first time. Now I get it. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay. Well, then, I guess this closes the public hearing portion. And so now it's time for us to share comments and deliberate. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I certainly feel that we should approve the master plan this evening. The only question I have relates to the bridge. And unfortunately, the only hard testimony I heard on benefit was 3%, which is not impressive. I certainly have heard the nuisance value of the bridge from multiple people, but I was disappointed, but appreciative of hearing that apparently those who would be serviced by the bridge were a minor percentage. In light of the cost, forgetting everything else, in light of the cost, you know, you get into the light rail argument about how much you pay per passenger to move them 15 blocks. So I think you do have to worry about that. Now, on the other hand, we don't have to approve the bridge. We can look to the future. It's been included. It's been studied. I still have a long-standing hope that someday we'll be able to put access across the dam. They already do have. I walk across, well, not across the dam, but to the edge of the dam repeatedly, and you always look at those metal things that are on top. You know, I always thought, oh, isn't that great? They're going to know when the bridge is going to blow or something. So it seems to me they've got those things basically there. They got all the people living on the other end of that, and if they're worried about it, that would really concern me because they got a bunch of people that are going to drown. So my inclination would be to approve the master plan this evening. We don't have to do anything on the bridge, or we could, I don't think continuing it doesn't make a lot of sense, because continuing to win. But in our remarks, we could certainly say that we're not saying that we're necessarily against the bridge, but based on the evidence we've heard this evening, it does not appear to be a pressing matter. And secondly, the only evidence we've heard is not persuasive that whether you're going to, you know, money is money and it all comes from the taxpayers. So I don't care who we're getting it from. It's coming from me. It's $600,000. And I don't care whose pocket it's coming out of. We know whose pocket it's really coming out of. So if we could put it over the dam, we wouldn't bother the neighbors. Arguably, it wouldn't cost as much. But I've also heard it may never happen, too. But that can be all done in the future. So it is going to be 11:15. Maybe I'm trying to hurry this along, but that's just a suggestion I'd like to throw out for any comments.
That's not a motion. Okay. Commissioner Jensen, do you have your hand up? Do you have comments?
I do have my hand up. While I generally agree with Commissioner O'Donnell, I actually think the bridge is a good idea, and it's a thing. It's like if you build it, they will come. And the town of Los Gatos has innumerable policies in place to encourage pedestrian, bicycle, alternative transportation for our green element, our parks element, the enhancement of our trail. And with all due respect to the neighbors, one of the nice things about Los Gatos is it's a compact community that has amenities that people enjoy, so they choose to live by them so that they can take advantage of them. One of them is the trail. One of them is downtown. We hear a bunch of people come in and say it's loud downtown on the weekend. Well, yeah, it is. People use the trail. Yes, they do. So if you're going to put a sports facility, it seems to me to be counterintuitive to say, but you can't get there in any way that would be sports related. You have to drive your car. So I respect what your issue is, but I think that at some point community value has to come above individual interest, and I think that this has sufficient community value that we should support the bridge.
Any other comments? Commissioner Telesfor.
Well, we're finally going to have a multi-sports park. I'm very excited for our community. It's for the betterment of our community as well as our community's children. And it's going to be professionally designed, and it's going to be professionally maintained. And what could be better than that? And hopefully it'll be used by people from my neighborhood and your neighborhood and all of our neighborhoods. And so the issue of the creek trail usage increasing, you know, I was out there the other day and it's pretty much busy already, really busy. But our intent, we're not here to measure that usage. I don't know what makes it go up and I don't know what makes it come down, but that's not the intent of what we're here for. So we can't really address that. And I think that probably when you bought your homes, there was a path running along that creek, whether it was a gravel path, a dirt path, and then later, you know, some asphalted over. I don't know, but that path has been there a long time. So we can't really, I don't feel that we can address that. We could certainly help mitigate any complaints, and we heard tonight that the town is willing and ready to do that. So, about the bridge. Well, I thought it was a great idea because I thought the same thing. You know, you build it and they will come. It just has to be monitored in a good fashion. If it's feasible. I think it would be better if it was at the other end by the Vasona Dam area. I thought that was a perfect way if we could do it. If we're not in a hurry to build it, if it's not a critical issue, maybe we could research it a little bit more and see how far we could get with another alternative plan for it. I don't know that. But I don't think I'm going to make vote. Oh, excuse me. It's not going to preclude my voting for this sports park tonight. Those are my comments.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Anyone would like to make a motion?
I'm going to make the finding that the project will not have a significant impact on the environment and adopt the mitigated negative declaration, which is Exhibit 4 to our package, including an errata sheet, which is Exhibit 5. We would adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is Exhibit 7. It would also include the making of the required findings as required by the town code and cited here. For granting the approval of a conditional use permit. Clearly, this is something which will benefit the community and is consistent, and it's more, in particular, as provided in Exhibit 2. Make the findings that the project is in substantial compliance with applicable provisions of the guidelines and standards for land use near streams, Exhibit 2, and the required findings under Section 2920.09.030E for the demolition of commercial buildings, and the required findings for alternating use of parking. Make the required considerations for granting approval of architectural and site application, which is again Exhibit 2, and approve the conditional use permit and architectural site application, subject to the recommended conditions of approval, but deleting from the approval of the bridge. However, by way of comment on the motion, encouraging the town to pursue further study on the bridging concept with particular attention to taking it across the existing dam area. And also trying to assess what the use would be. I think it's great to build a park and it will come, but I saw that movie and I don't think it was successful on a long-term basis. So that's the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second? Commissioner Telesphore?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And do I have comments to the motion? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I would just like to clarify that what we're approving does not preclude a future bridge. That is still part of the master plan that's being studied. It's part of the environmental document. But we're recommending deferral of that specific action of the proposed plan. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the possibility that it will never occur or that it will occur.
Or that it could occur at a different location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to support that. I think we're all in favor of getting this soccer field built. It's been a long time coming, but I think it's prudent to wait on the bridge. Let's build the sports park. Let's see how it's going to be used, who's going to be using it, what the unexpected. There's always something unexpected in a project that happens. Let's learn a little bit, and then have a little more time to see if and where a bridge might be more appropriate. I agree that with the level of concern, which I share, having an unnecessary costs and unnecessary riparian impacts when there's this much uncertainty, I think the prudent thing to do is defer.
Any other comments? Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry to belabor this, but I just want to make sure I understand the motion. So you're deleting the conditions that would go with approval of the location of the bridge, but we're approving a master plan that includes a bridge component? Is that correct?
I'm glad you asked the question, because maybe I'm misunderstanding it. My motion was not intended to include a bridge. It was intended to include the future possibility of a bridge consistent with the environmental work we have already done. But it wouldn't have to be in this location. As I said, I would prefer to have it on the dam, or somewhere else. They considered 3, and I don't know that we're limited to 3, but I hope we're not. So the motion would not include that, but it would not exclude the future decision by the town, however that would be done, whether by us or by the council, to build a bridge. But it would not presently include that, and it would not preclude the possibility that a bridge will never be built. Does that help? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be clear.
It is what it is.
Well, I'm glad you said that. That clarified it.
I think we need to make sure staff understands the motion. Do we understand? Okay. Okay. Any other comments?
So the motion also is encouraging continued evaluation of the bridge, though, right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments to it? Commissioner Johnson.
I'm sorry, one more question. So continued study or whatever you want to call it, action with respect to a bridge at any time could potentially be taken by the town council when this goes to the town council?
Sure. Just for clarification and a reminder, the motion before you is the approval of the CUP, architectural and site, with the related findings as clearly set forth by Commissioner O'Donnell. Town Council will actually be taking up the matter of the master plan and be considering your recommendations. But the CUP, if it were approved tonight, would be final. That's not being referred to Town Council.
Okay.
Clarification on that. The CUP, as being approved tonight, does not include a bridge.
Correct.
The town council can approve all the master plans they want, but unless they're going to approve, unless somebody appealed our decision on the CUP, I don't see how they could approve a bridge.
Town Council couldn't approve a bridge, but they could certainly direct staff or direct the town manager to direct staff to do further studies and then bring it back through the process.
That's great. I was just trying to understand it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we're also approving the initial study and the mitigating neg deck, which included the review of the bridge.
Yes. And I think I said that in my list.
Yes, you did. No?
I read very well.
Okay, so any other clarifications needed or comments before I call the motion? Ms. Commissioner Johnson.
I just want to say for benefit of the council or whoever that I'm going to support the motion because I think it's important to have a sports complex in a field. But I really also think it's important to have a bridge, but I'm not going to hold it up for lack of a bridge.
Okay, so I'm calling the question. All those in favor of approval of the CUP and the architecture and site application, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. The motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, appeal rights. So who would like to provide appeal rights?
This decision is appealable to the town council. An appeal must be filed within 10 days. There is a fee for filing an appeal, and the appeal forms are located upstairs in the town clerk's office.
Okay. Director of Community Development, do we have a report? Okay. How many minutes do we have? You have 4 minutes. Okay.
Just to follow up on two items that happened at Town Council at their last meeting. One was the redevelopment agency has withdrawn the Ditto's Lane application. And as for the application for Sabatico at West Main Street, the council continued that matter to September 19th with three directions. One is there was a concern about the loss of retail, so that they're asking the applicant to look at expanding the retail space. There was still an issue on community benefit, so they're still working on that one. And there was also a concern that the restaurant could expand into the coffee roasting company, so they were looking at alternatives on how to make sure there was conditions that would not happen. And that's it.
Great. Commission matters. Commissioner Jensen, you have...
I apologize. I know it's late. I'll talk really fast, even faster than I normally do. I'm bringing this up because the Town Council also indicated that it was going to be discussing story poles, and we've discussed that a lot. And we have an upcoming project on Los Gatos Boulevard, the Honda dealership, which now has some construction, which I guess is story poles, but it's three little structures in corners of the property with no storyboards, no nothing. I think it represents a completely unrealistic and unfair depiction of what's being proposed there. 22 houses are being proposed, and there's three little structures in the corner. It's not a difficult lot. There's nobody living on it. It's got asphalt. You could easily put a depiction of 22 houses on there. And if you drive by and you see the three little things, no one pays attention. And as much as we want to think that people are just dying to know everything the Planning Commission is doing, they don't know until they're confronted with this massive 22 peaks of things. And if we demand that a single-family residence put story poles up, as the house on University next to the villa house that got moved has story poles in a construction, which is much more visible, much more obvious what they want to do, than a real estate developer is putting on a lot for 22 houses, then to me, that's a problem. We need to... The idea is for transparency and for the public and the commission to know what's going on. And if you put three little things with no other kind of indication of what that is, that's not right.
Well, is that even complete? I just assume they're still working on it.
I haven't seen where they are in the process, but we weren't having them put story poles up for all 22. I believe it was 4. We picked the tallest ones in the prominent corners, but we'll discuss this more.
Okay. Commissioners, any other comments? Okay. Well, again, welcome, Commissioner Smith. Thank you for your participation. We're adjourned.